रश्मि मैम जुड़ चुके हैं। आवाज आ रही है मेरी रश्मि मैम?
Yes, I can hear you.
थैंक यू।
Good afternoon.
जी
मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
हाँ जी मैम, बिल्कुल आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
ठीक
है। शुरू किया जाए मैम या
जी, जी।
इंतजार करें? शुरू करते हैं।
आप शुरू कर लीजिए। आप ग्रुप, मुझे नहीं मालूम है कितने लोग हैं, लेकिन अभी 38 मुझे दिख रहा है, सो आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी वर देयर, बट वी कैन स्टार्ट।
जी। भाषा, साहित्य, संस्कृति और दर्शन की चार भुजा वाली मां शारदे को प्रणाम। सम्मानित मंच, कार्यक्रम की मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर रश्मि जैन, सहायक सह आचार्य, समाज कार्य विभाग, जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया विश्वविद्यालय। संकाय संवर्धन कार्यक्रम पीडीएफ में सहभागी कर रहे विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालयों, महाविद्यालयों के संकाय सदस्यगण, विद्वान साथीगण, इस आभासी पटल में मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस सत्र की मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर रश्मि जैन मैडम हैं, जिनके उद्बोधन का विषय है इनोवेटर कम्युनिटी आउटरीच। सर्वप्रथम मैं आज की मुख्य वक्ता के संक्षिप्त परिचय से आप सभी को अवगत करवाना चाहता हूं। डॉक्टर रश्मि जैन मैडम समाज कार्य विभाग, जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया में एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर हैं। आप इस विभाग में 1999 से पढ़ा रहे हैं। आप फील्ड एवं स्किल प्रशिक्षण, विशेष रूप से संचार और परामर्श कौशल, जीवन कौशल आदि के प्रशिक्षक और विशेषज्ञ रही है। आप व्यक्तित्व विकास, सहानुभूति और भावनात्मक बुद्धिमत्ता पर छात्रों के प्रशिक्षण में शामिल रही है। आप बच्चों के मुद्दों, विस्थापन और विकास में लैंगिक परिप्रेक्ष्य और सार्वजनिक स्थानों, बुजुर्गों, मानव संसाधन प्रबंधन जैसे विभिन्न विषयों पर अपने शोध के लिए पीएचडी और प्रास्नातक छात्रों का मार्गदर्शन करती रही है। सामाजिक कार्य जीवन संतुलन, संगठनात्मक व्यवहार और पारिवारिक विमर्श जैसे विभिन्न मुद्दों पर आपके प्रकाशन हैं। आपने कनाडा के यॉर्क विश्वविद्यालय में स्वदेशी सामाजिक कार्य और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सामाजिक कार्य जैसे मुद्दों पर आमंत्रित प्रस्तुति दी है। आपने समाज कार्य विभाग, यूएनसी, यूएसए और भारत में मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के संदर्भ में समाज कार्य और वैश्वीकरण विश्व पर भी प्रस्तुति दी है। आपकी रुचि के क्षेत्र स्किल प्रशिक्षण शिक्षा के माध्यम से कौशल विकास, मानसिक स्वास्थ्य, संगठनात्मक गतिशीलता है। मैडम का परिचय तो बहुत विस्तृत है, परंतु मेरा मानना है कि डॉक्टर रश्मि जैन मैडम को ज्यादा से ज्यादा सुनकर ही लाभान्वित होना चाहिए। अतः अधिक समय जाया न करते हुए मैं मैडम को उनके प्रभावी उद्बोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। मैडम, आपका पुनः स्वागत है, अभिनंदन।
धन्यवाद सुमित जी, बहुत अच्छा आपने डिस्क्रिप्शन, बहुत लंबा मेरा डिस्क्रिप्शन दिया। मैं बहुत आभारी हूँ कि आपने मुझे बुलाया इस ग्रुप में जुड़ने के लिए। तो मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं आप सारे लोगों से मिल पा रही हूँ जो अलग अलग कॉलेजेस में, समझती हूँ कि अलग अलग कॉलेजेस में आप लोग पढ़ा रहे हैं और एक इस एफडीबी का एक हिस्सा है। मैं ज्यादा जानकारी नहीं रखती हूँ क्योंकि लास्ट मिनट एंट्री है मेरी तो इस पर्टिकुलर सेशन के लिए, लेकिन मुझे जो थीम बताया गया है वो कम्युनिटी आउटरीच है, जो कॉलेजेस किस तरह से कम्युनिटी आउटरीच कर सकते हैं। मैं कोशिश करूंगी सुमित जी हिंदी में बोलने की, लेकिन मेरा पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन है जो इंग्लिश में है।
मैम दोनों भाषाओं में आप बोल सकते
मैं
हो।
दोनों भाषाओं को कोशिश करूंगी मिलाकर बोलने की। तो मैं एक बार स्क्रीन शेयर कर लेती हूँ।
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, there are some participants who actually want to have this session in English only.
Okay, so I can do it in English.
Thank you so much.
I'm prepared in English only, but I could have translated. That's what I'm saying. If somebody needed, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very much visible.
All right. So basically, how can educational institutions make a community outreach? Before I begin my slides and before I start talking about it, I would also like to discuss, why should educational institutions or any institution engage with the community? That is not the mandate of an educational institution per se. So when you set up an educational institution or when you start an educational institution, the purpose is usually to provide opportunities for education to children or students from different socio-economic cultural strata, and deal with that diversity and in a way ensure that those children are able to complete their education and become useful for the society. Now, this added dimension of community engagement for educational institutions is something that some institutions may not find valuable, but ultimately, you see, we are imparting education for the purpose of nation building. We are imparting education for the purpose of making sure that each and every individual in the society is useful. And when the person grows up, or when the person is able enough to be able to fend for themselves and for their family and contribute to the society in terms of, maybe even working as an unskilled worker or a skilled worker, or a person who's establishing their own organizations or working in the industry or manufacturing goods and services, whatever. So the purpose is not just to make them able to do those tasks, but also to be able to make them people who are socially aware, people who have some amount of empathy for each other, who have compassion for each other, who are able to live with each other with values like tolerance, acceptance, respect for diversity, and therefore community engagement becomes important. So I think it is also the responsibility of an educational institution to engage with at least with their local community, if not for the entire nation for want of funds. At least in the local community, there are many experiments by a lot of educational institutions where they have adopted their communities around them, and they have been working with those communities. So that is why the need for community engagement. Now, one may think, how do we do that? And with limited funding, and now more so, with very, very limited funds coming from the government, it is not easy for us to develop a community engagement program and go ahead with it. But let's brainstorm and see if we can do some of this. So, as I said, community would include systems. It could be, you're working with systems. So you're working with the government, you're working with the state government, you're working with NGOs, you're working with community organizations, you could be working with leaders, you could be working virtually, online with students. It could be individual. You see how you work with individuals also. So some organizations, some colleges, some universities have, for example, a counseling center. Now that's also an outreach activity of the university for its students and for people around in the community, where individuals can come and discuss their issues with you. Now, basically, community engagement is collaboration between institutions of higher education and their larger community for mutually beneficial exchange of knowledge and resources in the context of partnership and reciprocity. Now, the process of working collaboratively with people by geographic proximity or special interest or situations, basically the purpose is that you are trying to enhance well-being of people around you. Now, you could bring about, environmental and behavioral changes or improve the health of the community at large, or you could be working with developing some sensitivity among your students about what is happening around them, right? Now, this is a flow chart of how do you increase community involvement, impact, trust, and communication flow. Now, the topic is only outreach, but then you could go up to the fifth column, which is shared leadership. I hope I'm audible. Just please let me know in between so that... Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
And the slide is visible too? Is it visible?
जी मैम, सुनाई दे रहा है बिल्कुल.
नहीं, आपको स्लाइड दिख रही है क्या?
जी बिल्कुल दिखाई दे रही है मैम.
ठीक है. तो पहला वाला जो है, the first one is outreach, which is what we are basically discussing. Outreach would mean, there's a difference. If you look at the first point across all columns, you will see there's a difference in the way the community gets involved with you. So in the outreach activity, there is some community involvement. When you consult with them, there is more community involvement. When you are involved with them, there is better community involvement. When you collaborate with them, there is community involvement. The whole community, gets involved. And if there's a sheer leadership, then strong bidirectional relationship can be established. The second point is communication flow. Now, the communication flow is from one to the other just to inform, right? For example, you set up a desk in the community and you say we have collaborated with a local hospital and we are going to be providing you, your basic health checkups. So there's a communication flow. आप किसी से बात करते हैं, वो कम्युनिटी में जाते हैं, वो दूसरों को बताते हैं कि वहाँ चेकअप हो रहा है, सब लोग आते हैं, चेकअप कराते हैं, चले जाते हैं. Outreach. When you consult, you sit with people of the community, maybe the pradhan of the community, maybe the local leader of the community, some people from the community, and you consult with them and say what is going to be the best strategy for your kind of an issue. Suppose आपकी कॉलेज के आसपास कोई कम्युनिटी है जिसमें बहुत ज्यादा आपको पता चला है या वहां से बच्चे आपके यहाँ कोई पढ़ने आते हैं या आपको समझ में आया है कि वहां पर डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस के इश्यूज हैं या ट्रैफिकिंग के इश्यूज हैं या बेगरी के इश्यूज हैं. सो कंसल्टेशन से आप उसको और ज्यादा अच्छे से समझ सकते हैं. When you're involved, which means the community is involved, it's a participatory form of communication. They are sitting, they're all participating. Communication is happening both ways, and you're not putting a program on them. You're saying what is it that you want, what is it that we can offer, how often should we do it, कहाँ होना चाहिए, कितनी मर्तबा होना चाहिए, वो सारी चीजें involvement से आती हैं. Collaboration would be you form partnerships. आप उनसे, जैसे आपकी आसपास की कम्युनिटी में स्लम एरिया में भी हो सकता है कोई डॉक्टर्स हो सकता है हेल्थ वर्कर्स हो, आंगनवाड़ी बनी हुई है, आप उनके साथ कोलैबोरेट करके एक आउटरीच एक्टिविटी उनके साथ कर सकते हैं. एंड शेयर्ड लीडरशिप वुड बी दैट व्हेन यू आर इन्वॉल्विंग द कम्युनिटी, व्हिच इज द थर्ड लेवल इन्वॉल्व्ड, you create systems in the community which is run by the community members. So you're not the one who's running it. आप सिर्फ उसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं. एक शेयर्ड लीडरशिप है कि उसको उसका वेन्यू देने के लिए, उसको रन करने के लिए, उसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए लीडरशिप कम्युनिटी से आएगी और आप यहाँ से अपनी एक्सपर्टीज, अपनी नॉलेज प्रोवाइड करेंगे. सो दैट वुड बी अ शेयर्ड लीडरशिप. नाउ कैन आई मूव टू द नेक्स्ट वन प्लीज, if it's understood? क्या ये स्लाइड आप समझ पाए हैं?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
Now some examples could be, मैं आप ही से पूछना चाहूंगी, क्या आपको लगता है कि आप जहां से भी हैं, आपके कोई कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट एक्टिविटीज आप करते हैं क्या? Can you give me some ideas? क्योंकि लक्ष्मीबाई कॉलेज का मैंने देखा था कि आप लोग करते हैं, बाकी कॉलेजेस जहाँ से भी आप लोग हैं, आप लोगों का क्या आउटरीच काम होता है? कोई मतलब अपने आसपास के
programs, legal literacy programs.
ओके, वो किसके लिए होते हैं मैम?
Central University of Kerala's Law Department, ma'am.
No, who are you doing it for? What is your target audience?
Target audience are the students. Now we are focusing on the tribal students, and actually it has been since 2019 we have started this one, and through this way most of the students, I mean that 3 or 4 has been cleared the CLAT examination, and they got the admission in various law schools, ma'am.
Okay.
It is a
Okay, wonderful. Anyone else would like to tell us?
Ma'am, should I speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
So, ma'am, like I am from apparel design and construction stream from home science.
Okay.
So we used to do community engagement with an NGO. They were underprivileged women. So we used to teach them how to do stitching of some basic garments for children. So that kind of skill was taught to them so that they can be empowered to, cutting and tailoring and earn their own.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Someone else has raised their hand also. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, Radhika.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yes. So, ma'am, the previous institute where I worked, so we had a society called as GIZAR, Mental Health Initiative. So, what we used to do is that whenever we celebrate any kind of, as in day like donation drive or anything like that, we used to we used to just go to the slum area nearby our college, and we tried to engage with the student, and also there was donation drive which was going on. Apart from this, there was certain counseling courses which was offered by Delhi University only. I attended this course, and as part of internship, we were given 5 communities and like sex worker, old age home, etc. And we are supposed to practice whatever counseling training we understood as part of our theory courses. So that was one engagement where whatever theoretical aspect we learned as part of the course, we are supposed to do that in the internship, that is in the field work. So these are the 2 examples I have in my mind. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay. So actually there could be many examples. So all of us may have, even schools and our children and or neighborhood children going to schools. A lot of schools have always been engaging in community engagement because probably schools have always had this thing at the back of their mind about value education for children. And it was imperative that children get in touch with the community, engage with the issues of the community, and develop that kind of empathy and that kind of sensitivity to those issues. Like there are a lot of schools where integrated education is happening, where children with disability are also studying with children who do not have disability. Or there are now with the government, having 25% reservation for children from economically backward communities in schools. The purpose is basically to ensure that there is some respect for diversity that our children learn. Now, I understand in colleges where you are offering undergraduate programs, the students that you're getting are minimum 17 or 18 years old. So they're already, legally adult students, or adults. But then I think even in graduation, there is a scope for, building on the empathy and building on the sensitivity and building on, those community shared values, which are going to take them far. So I think it's important that we develop these engagement activities. I can give you examples from my son's school. They have this project where they work with artisans. So the local artisans, the ones who make pots, or people who are into stitching, or people who are into some kind of a craft. So they give those projects to children in groups of 4, and as you go out and find out which community, what kind of skills do these people have, sit with them, engage with them, learn with them, and then help them to complete their product and then sell it. So basically the student here is learning all these levels. So if you're offering a BCom or a BBA degree, you can build in a project where the students, maybe individually or in groups or in pairs, can work with these community people and help them develop an idea for selling their product, in a better way. So you are helping the students to actually practice what you're teaching them theoretically, whether it is branding, whether it is, advertising, whether it is licensing and networking and putting it on social media, and how to present it and how to sort of make sure that there's a huge community outreach for their product. So there could be multiple ways of doing that. Now I've listed down something like so you have Hindi and English, and डॉक्टर साहब बहुत अच्छे से हिंदी में बात कर रहे थे, तो मैं प्रिज्यूम कर रही हूँ कि वो हिंदी डिपार्टमेंट के होंगे. सो आप पोइट्री प्रोज लिखवा सकते हैं स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, उनसे कह सकते हैं कि कंडीशन ऑफ वुमेन इन द सोसाइटी के ऊपर हिंदी और इंग्लिश में प्रोज लिखिए, लेकिन शर्त ये है कि आपको कम्युनिटी में जा करके लोकगीतों के आधार पर या जो फोक सॉन्ग्स हैं, फोक ट्रेडिशंस हैं, उसमें से निकाल करके आपको लिखना होगा. You could also, and I think the beginning point for any collaboration or any outreach, sometimes the organization आपके कॉलेज में जरूरी नहीं है कि you may have all the expertise available. So you could partner with a local NGO for a need assessment. So I think need assessment is the beginning point. You assess the need of the local community. What are the problems? What are the gaps? Students can go in groups as a pair, and they can sit with people, understand their issues, understand the gaps in services from the government or from the NGOs, and liaison with NGOs and liaison with other like-minded people in the neighborhood where services could be delivered to them, or become part of the service delivery of a local NGO, and through them create their own network with that community. And once you have a network with that community, when the community starts recognizing your students who have been visiting them occasionally, then it is easier for your students or for teachers or anybody who wants to work on this to develop some kind of a collaborative action program. You could just pick up one issue. Maybe you want to pick up, for example, cleanliness, or you want to pick up something like breast cancer awareness, or you want to pick up something like gender-based violence, or you want to pick up something like girls' education, because a lot of girls drop out of schools after the 9th or the 10th standard. So, or early marriages among certain communities. Any of these thematic areas you could pick up. You could develop your plan where you begin with a need assessment, you collaborate with required for knowledge and service delivery with an NGO, you include children from your organization, from your college into the program, and start working, on providing those services. So beginning point has to be thematic discussions with the community. So to get them on board, that this is what we intend to do. Unless you do that, the community can react. The community can get outrageous. If you're talking about something to do with, say, contraception, you're talking about LGBTQI, you're talking about something which is not considered part of the cultural discussion or ethos. So understanding the culture of that community, understanding why they do what they do, understanding it from their standpoint, and then doing a need assessment and then developing your plan. It also helps, if you look at it as teachers, I think it's very valuable for us also, because we always are looking out for themes and areas and doing a small little research to write our papers, even for publishing, even for guiding our students in the classroom. It is very valuable for us to be connected with the community through our students, where we are getting live day-to-day, updates on what is happening in your neighborhood. So one part is that the government is saying this is the scheme that we are running. Now, how is that scheme running actually in the local area? Is it reaching the people that it's supposed to reach? What are the hiccups? What are the problems? I think it helps us also to bring it into our classrooms and teach our students better. So it's both ways. It's for the students, it is for you, it is for the educational institution, because you get to collaborate with the community. The community stands by you, you stand by the community when the community needs you, and the community stands by you when you need them. I understand this college has also been has worked very well in the COVID times. I think you offered your college for setting up a hospital. So things like that. You see, community can be useful. Community can be your laboratory for studying. How things work. Now, let me move ahead and give you something else to do. I'm going to exit this. Yeah. So, is it possible that, how much time do I have, sir?
Ma'am, we have time till 4.
We have time till 4. Is it possible for us to break in groups if we can do something creative? Can we do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I wouldn't be able to break you into groups because I'm not familiar with everyone. But is it possible for people to break into groups and get back in 15 minutes? After working out their own themes. So I'm going to be giving out themes, and then we can discuss those themes in the group. Is it workable, Priyanka?
I think yes, ma'am. I will post the message in the group and the topic on which you want them to discuss.
Okay, so there are 3 topics that I thought about. The first one was if your neighborhood or in the community, before I go on to the themes, are all the people who are in this group right now, are you only teaching undergraduate students, or do you have postgraduate students also?
So most of us, I think they are teaching undergraduate students.
Okay, and not everyone is there in Delhi, from Delhi, right?
No,
People
no,
are from
ma'am.
the-
There are some participants who are teaching postgraduate students also, and they are not from Delhi.
All right. So you could, if you have a choice in your college in terms of a PG and a UG, you could choose any one of them. So that option is very much there in your group. So all those people who have a PG also, if you want, you could be part of one group, so that you could think of how you could take it ahead with a PG group of students, whereas the others can work, can be broken up into groups, and they could work on UG students, because the nature of learning and the aptitude of children who are undergrads and children who are PG are going to be very different. So, Priyanka, should I text you the themes? Okay, let me text you the themes. So, general instructions are that I would request people who are into groups to come out with 3 things. One, how would you go about, working with the community or your neighborhood on that issue? So what would be your action plan? That action plan should include how you start and what is your end. What are you aiming for? What are your objectives? And how would you go about doing it? We have no money for it. So let's presume there is absolutely no money available for anything. All that you have is human resources. So please use yourself and your students and all the human resources that you have available to pull in and see what is feasible in your local community. right? So the first issue that comes to my mind is gender-based violence. So that's one theme. The second theme is child labor or beggary. You could include child trafficking or child labor into it, either of them. And the third theme is elderly, healthcare of elderly. Are the three themes very clear? Should I repeat them? Priyanka, was I audible? Could you hear the themes?
Yes.
Yes.
Take care of elderly.
Yes.
And the third one is related to, I think, children trafficking.
Yeah, child trafficking / child labor, whichever is more feasible. All right. So, how many of us are here? We are 50 or no, 60 people. Can it be groups of 20 each, or whichever way it works for you?
Okay, ma'am.
If you want, you can do it individually if it is not working as groups, okay? But I would prefer if you work as groups, because then there is collective knowledge that emerges from that process.
I have sent the message in participants group, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll get back by 3:20.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
I'm here only, but if you need to disconnect and reconnect, you can do that. 3:20 exactly, we'll be back. Okay?
Sure, ma'am. Sure, sure, sure.
हाँ, सभी को मेरी आवाज सुन पा रहे हैं मैम?
जी, मैं तो सुन पा रही हूँ।
हाँ जी। तो जिन्होंने अपना एक्शन प्लान अभी जो मैम ने दिया है, जिन्होंने जो भी बनाया है, उसको अभी शेयर कर सकते हैं अभी मैम के साथ। जो ग्रुप पे अभी प्रियंका मैम ने भी डाला है आप लोगों को डिस्कशन के लिए। तैयार है आप सब लोग?
जिनका भी तैयार हुआ हो वो शुरू कर सकते हैं।
जिनका भी तैयार हो गया हो वो बोलिए। शायद सॉरी,
आपको और वक्त चाहिए या आप नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं, कुछ प्लीज बताइए so that I can intervene.
Ma'am, please allow 3-4 minutes more.
All right.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
मैम 5 मिनट का समय और दे देते हैं। अभी एग्जैक्ट कितना समय हुआ है? 5:19
3:22 हुए हैं, आप 3:30 पे जुड़िए, ठीक है? 8 मिनट्स मोर।
ठीक है मैम, 3:30 पे सभी लोग 3:30 पे दोबारा से अब जुड़ जाइएगा, सभी से आग्रह है।
Very good evening, ma'am. Very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, Roshan, please go ahead.
Ma'am, I will be presenting on healthcare for elderly, and I have Dr. Nidhi Gupta in my group as well.
Okay.
So the purpose of the study we have is to improve the healthcare and well-being of elderly population in our country. And the program which we will be having, it will aim at providing the comprehensive support and resources to enhance the quality of life and promote active aging and to address the unique healthcare needs of elderly. And the special objectives we will be having to enhance the healthcare access for the elderly people, their free health screening services, medical checkups, facilitating interactions with healthcare professionals, with the help of several NGOs that are specially focusing on elderly. Then next objective we will be having health education and promotion. For taking this objective, we can conduct several educational workshops, seminars, and awareness campaigns to promote healthy aging, disease prevention, and management of chronic conditions among elderly. Then, for taking up the objective of social engagement, we can organize several activities, outings, and gatherings to combat some social isolation, which we are seeing in the community these days. And this can provide several opportunities to elderly to connect with the others in the community. Then next objective is volunteer support. For this, we can recruit and train several volunteers to provide companionship, assistance with daily tasks, and emotional support, especially for the elderly. And these volunteers can help elderly to maintain a high quality of life by giving them a kind of companionship and emotional support. Then we have caregiver support. It can offer resources, training, support for family caregivers and provide them with necessary tools to take care of the elderly loved one in their family effectively. Then we can have collaboration with healthcare providers as well. It can foster the partnership with several local healthcare providers, hospitals, as well as clinics, and it can ensure coordinated care as well as specialized services for elderly population. Then moving on to the program implementation, first of all is the need assessment. We have to conduct several assessments through various questionnaires, surveys, that what is the actual need of elderly in our community. And that's how we can move forward. Then we can have collaborative partnerships with several organizations like healthcare organizations, several NGOs, so that through their expertise, we can move further. Then we can have volunteer recruitment and training. Then healthcare screenings and checkups. Then we can have educational workshops as well. Then we can have several social activities and outings and gatherings. Then caregiver support and programs. Then we can have a specialized resource directory also for elderly people, so that they don't have to, or their loved ones don't have to move around for searching various type of healthcare services. Likewise, my father, he himself is paralyzed and he's living alone with my mother. So sometimes it becomes very difficult to just search for people who can just take care of him for cleaning or everything, like very penny services. So we can have a resource directory so that the things can become more easily accessible for such people. Then we can have regular and continuous evaluation also. So that's it, ma'am.
Wonderful. I must congratulate the two of you. You've come out with a very, very comprehensive outreach plan.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just have two questions to both of you.
Yes,
One question is, so this is what you intend to do. Now, in this whole plan, first is, how will the financial resource, what are the financial implications of this plan? That is one question. How will those financial implications be met? And number three, who will be the human resources who are going to be, listening and making sure that this plan works. So these three questions are very vital to any outreach program. So it's a wonderful, wonderful plan, and it's pretty foolproof. It is exhaustive. It is the need of the elderly, but
Yes,
how
ma'am.
does it work? On the ground.
Ma'am, first of all, we can reach to several NGOs, and as they have several students also, some students and some people volunteer for services also. So we can reach out to several NGOs for this purpose, as well as I can think we have NEP these days, and we have several courses running out, which especially focus on sociology part or psychology part, or we have like nursing we have. So in NEP we have several students also, and they will be into the field. They would come out into the field, and we can offer several type of internships. Yes, so that will be we don't have to pay also, and they will volunteer also, because it's a part of their curriculum. Like our students also, they go for several type of internship. So there are several programs like nursing. They will have, obviously they can have several type of internships. So through that way we can collaborate with several hospitals or several this type of organizations, so that their students can come and volunteer and can help us for achieving our aim basically in the project. So, and Nidhi ma'am, if you want to say something about the financial implication.
No, I think Roshan, you've answered it well. Financial implications, yes, definitely finances will be required for like healthcare assessment. So, ma'am, we can definitely approach some of these healthcare institutes, even the testing facilities. They set up their own free medical test booths. Very often. So we can, with the help of an NGO, we can collaborate with them, and after doing the need assessment survey, we can have specific testing facilities available for these elderly on one particular day. So these kind of expenses can be taken care of. And then we can also approach, I know it's बहुत मैं आगे की सोच रही हूँ, but definitely we can also approach some big companies, medical or pharma companies. So under their CSR, again they provide some financial assistance. So this can be planned out.
Okay, great.
And
Wonderful.
ma'am, like in hospitals.
An applause. Wonderful,
And
wonderful.
thank you so much, ma'am. And in hospitals like AIMS and such kind of hospitals, several projects are also going running out at every time for elderly people also. Likewise, research projects like PhD thesis है किसी की elderly से related. So we can reach out to them that we have a plan going on. We have a project. अगर आपके पास you have several thesis students जो इस पे काम कर रहे हो, they can volunteer and they can come forward. उनकी thesis and research भी हो जाएगी, and they can volunteer us also.
Yes. So, very interesting plan and very comprehensive plan that you have made. एल्डरली के कुछ इश्यूज ऐसे हैं, जैसे अभी मेरा एक स्टूडेंट है जो लेफ्ट बिहाइंड एल्डरली पे काम कर रहा है, तो वो पीएचडी में रजिस्टर्ड है मेरे साथ, और वो काम कर रहे हैं उन एल्डरली के ऊपर या उन बुजुर्गों के साथ जिनके बच्चे जा चुके हैं पढ़ने के लिए या काम करने के लिए दूसरी जगहों पर, और वो अकेले रहते हैं दिल्ली में। वो लखनऊ सिटी पे कर रहे हैं। तो ऐसे एल्डरली भी हैं जिनको बहुत मदद की जरूरत है। सो बच्चे जो हैं वो फाइनेंशियल हेल्प कर सकते हैं, लेकिन फिजिकली एल्डरली को कब कितनी क्या जरूरत पड़ती है वो इट कीप्स चेंजिंग, आफ्टर अ फ्यू डेज अलग अलग चीजों की जरूरत पड़ती है। इसके लिए नेटवर्किंग विद ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्ट करती हैं, जो इसके ऊपर नॉलेज रखती हैं, जो इसके ऊपर काम करती हैं, एक बहुत अच्छा आइडिया है। अमिता जी कुछ इसमें ऐड करना चाहते हैं?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, even our group had taken up this and quite on similar lines. But if you allow me, I will present what.
Yes, please do.
Yeah.
Please do.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah. Also, tell me who all worked, together.
Ma'am, is my shared screen there?
Yes, it's visible.
Ma'am, shall I read it out?
You may if you wish to, or I mean, it's visible actually, I think.
Okay, ma'am.
This is
May I scroll down a bit?
Yeah, you've added a few
Yeah.
few things here. They're very interesting and very cost effective, but I must say, technologically sometimes elderly are not very advanced. You see, they're not able to use technology that much. जैसे पहले phones जो थे वो बटन वाले phones थे. For parents, like I also have very old parents. So for them to move to a touch phone and then to be able to use all the features of a touch phone it takes time. And as you age, we all understand, learning की जो capacity और जो speed है वो slow हो जाती है. So it is a good idea to have, WhatsApp groups and update people on that or help them with apps. But I think it's useful for probably up to 70 years of age. So,
Ma'am, maybe somebody can, assist them with this digital uses. Yeah.
Somebody would be needed, but then they also have trust issues because my student is in the field and, he's also trying to understand that aspect. And most of them have given that feedback that they're not very trustworthy. They don't find people very trustworthy क्योंकि elderly जब उनकी कैपेसिटीज लो हो जाती है ना तो वो इतना ट्रस्ट नहीं करते सबके ऊपर. They probably feel the other person is out there to cheat them. तो वो भरोसा बनाने के लिए रैपो बिल्डिंग की जरूरत पड़ेगी. बन जाएगा लेकिन ऐसा नहीं होगा कि वो वॉलंटियर जाएगा, डोरबेल बजाएगा और बताएगा कि ये ऐप्स हैं, आप इसको यूज कर सकते हैं. A regular interaction with them will be required till they get comfortable with you. They know that you don't mean anything wrong, and then probably you can go ahead and use technology. So that will be a long-term engagement with them. But it is going to be definitely very useful.
Ma'am, but what I've observed, if I take the example of my college itself, and I live in the adjoining area, what I've observed is that there are a lot of elderlies who, gather together, and then if it's a neighborhood, then it is very easy to connect with them.
Yes.
So they will build a rapport. And in fact, they try to connect with people since they're staying alone. They want to connect with the youngsters around. If you are in the neighborhood, if it's a new area, definitely it will take its own time.
And also, I think there's a very valid point when you say neighborhood alert. That's a good point because elderly का जो अपने आप रहते हैं या जिनके पास दिन भर या रात भर कोई साथ में नहीं होता है जो एक्टिव हो. So sometimes, for their requirements and their needs, there is nobody. So a neighborhood alert system is a good idea. If there could be a system in place where neighbors check on them regularly, once in a while or twice a day or once a day, to find out how they are and how they are feeling और क्या उनको चाहिए और क्या उनकी problems है. उसमें दोनों चीजें हैं. उसमें उनकी requirements का भी पता चलता है और उनकी health care की जो भी requirements है. और दूसरा, you can, there is an issue with loneliness and that complicates their health issues. So I think connecting with the community, connecting and talking to people, seeing people is something very important because some of the elderly may not be mobile. They may not be in a position to move out and meet people. So it's a very, very good idea. Both the groups have done exceptionally well. Very nice. Excellent work. Excellent. बाकी के 2 themes पर नहीं काम हुआ.
Ma'am,
Yes, Meera.
Meera, Sugansha and I have taken the topic on gender-based violence, ma'am.
Okay.
We all know that the gender-based violence is an alarming topic. It is an alarming crisis all over the world itself. Actually, when we face or when we want to approach this crisis, we need a local level solution. that is very, very better, because with the help of the locality we can come to or we can eradicate these kinds of violences in a little bit. When we come to this action plan, ma'am, actually we can make a collaboration with the Women's Commission. That is better. From both of our consultation, we could raise a point that when we make a rapport with the Women's Commission of the particular state, or at the local level itself, the commissions are working, and
कैसे पकड़ते पेंसिल? हाँ ऐसे हैंग रखो यहाँ
और ऑडियो बंद कीजिए.
and we can make a rapport with, and we can come to the solution with regarding to that. That was the first point which we are facing. And you have also pointed out that the technologies, of course, the technology can make a great contribution in the area, because once a crime has been happened, because we know that these violences can be of physical as well as the mental violences.
Yes.
Within a household itself, there are violences which is happening day by day, and the community level approach, in the sense of the neighborhood participation, we can identify the issues which is going into within a household. That could be identified, and we can approach to the particular area, house, and with the help of the Kudumbashree Mahila Samajam, with the help of them, we can make a solution with regarding to that. And when we come to the place of the technology, ma'am, the drone or the common WhatsApp groups for women, likewise, these can also be very effective in the sense of reporting, or when the violence has been happened, somebody could be aware, or some hands can be stretches towards these particular crimes, or something happened, so that would be a great actually solution for such kind of crimes when something is happening with regarding to the violences. And with regarding to that, we know that with the participation of our students at the university level, we can make the students' participation to make an awareness in the local level. I mean that these Kudumbashrees or the Mahila Samajams can play a vital role there also. From the family itself, the people could know that how to behave, or how to behave towards the women or the children or something else. The inculcation of some values in the families, that would be a great contributions when we inculcate some programs, when we give such kind of awareness in the family level, as well as in the local level, ma'am, definitely these Mahila Samajams can contribute a lot, because they can approach to the household. They are better known persons in every household, so their words are valuable also. So and as a university level, at the university level, we have to give training to these Kudumbashree members, first of all, how they can approach to the society, or when they go to the household, what are the contributions they have to give to the households. Likewise, we can train to these particular persons, and they can actually disseminate all such knowledges, definitely. That is also a wonderful suggestions from our side. And the next points will be deal with Sugandha. Sugandha, can you please, ma'am?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, as Meera ma'am said, I want to continue with at every college and university level, volunteers can make women aware among in the remote areas. With the help of Mahila Samitis in these areas, the women here must be aware of violence against women themselves and how they must stand for themselves. First of all, women themselves need to stand for themselves. They are not aware that they are going through violence, that may be mental or physical violence. They should stand. They should be taught how to stand for themselves, and then they should be after they stand for themselves. They should be sent to police stations or NGOs or any women's cells where they must be given the help, whichever help they required. And at the universities and college level, there are some self-defense programs also given to the students. These students, as volunteers, must go to the remote villages and areas where women's or ladies or children can learn how to stand for themselves and learn self-defense. And one more thing, these days we are listening about ring the bell. We usually ignore this, but if you are hearing some noise from someone's house, please go and ring the bell. This will allow women to stand for herself and come out of that trauma she's in. Thank you, ma'am. This is from my side.
Thank you so much, Meera ji and Sukanksha ji. Very interesting points. You have talked about, using the local NGOs and Mahila Mandals and the government machinery for making an intervention into domestic violence issues is basically what you've taken now. And involving the students in, at first Sukanksha talked about training, self-defense training, and then sending these students out into the community for prevention of domestic violence and liaising with the police. So that's what I've understood from your presentation. Does Radhika also have a presentation on the same theme?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So we also, 4 of us also, as in discussed about the same topic. So if you permit, I can also present the points which we have.
Name the 4 so that we know who all have worked on this.
Ankita, Sonam and Upasna along with me. All of us are from Lakshmibai College.
All right, please go ahead.
So, ma'am, I think the first important thing which we need to understand is that why there is a violence. So there is a need to create an awareness, and for that it is very important that the people should know that there is a difference between sex and gender. So that is very, very important thing because people assume that there are certain things which are natural, and their minds are so conditioned to accept things as it is without questioning, because they assume that it is something normal which is happening to me as a victim. So in order to, and the solution, whatever solution we just go and give and ask them to do that, they will not until and unless they realize that they are having some problem. So it is very, very important at the first level, we need to make people understand that there is a difference between sex and gender. And all these rituals, norms which we accept in the form of gender is not something natural, it is socially constructed. So this is one important aspect which I would like to point out. And also by gender, usually we think that females are being discriminated or females are the victim. It is not the case, because in many cases males are also victim because of this gender. Transgenders and LGBT community also are equally exploited and face lots of challenges and discrimination, even for attaining a basic need like Aadhaar card, or if they want to get accommodation, rent, then all kind of proofs are being asked. And the moment when people come to know that they are not fitting into the male and female criteria, then there is some kind of stereotype and discrimination which they face daily basis, in fact, to achieve the basic things like livelihood, etc., etc. So these are the 2 points which I think is very, very important, which we need to understand. And this gender-based violence occurs at very many levels. There are multiple levels at which it occurs. It can be a female who is exploiting or doing violence on the other female, like daughter-in-law and mother-in-law relationship. Sometime it can also be possible that the female is exploiting or as in making the male, as in the male is a victim. It is also possible. It is also possible that the female female is doing some kind of violence on the other female. So there are different levels that we need to understand, and also at developmental level also we need to understand, because we need to understand the root cause of these gender-based treatment which we do with the children. So the primary socialization plays a very, very important role, where the kind of interaction, the kind of physical object which are being given to the children, there is a discrimination, right? So blue is meant for boys and pink is meant for girls. Why there is a discrimination? Why there is a discrimination in terms of toys which are given to? Why there is a discrimination in terms of classroom activities which are being given to the students? On the one hand, we all talk about there is an equality, but I strongly feel that there is a hidden curriculum which operates at every level in the school and also in the college, because the moment when there is some kind of muscular activity needed, we search for the boys, whereas if we need some kind of soft skill, then we search for girls. So I think we need to talk about, and we need to question all these kind of divisions and classification which we have set and which we assume it to be very normal. For instance, this is applicable at a higher level also. For example, if a person wants to acquire a degree like BLEd, for instance, or psychology, for instance, there is a lot of as in disparity in terms of the gender which are enrolled in. So these are the some of the background which I think we need to think about before moving to any kind of solution. So I think first level we need to discuss about the need of assessment, where we can use FGD, that is focus group discussion, where we can ask the group of the people participant whom we have targeted to come up with their own stories, because until and unless they are not aware about what is happening, awareness नहीं है, तो there is a possibility कि आप कितना भी lecture उनको दे लो and they will assume that कि इससे कुछ नहीं होगा. So they need to come up with their own as in the stories, narratives which they are facing on the daily basis. Second, we can organize some of the workshop with the childrens where we can talk about bad touch, good touch, etc. and the kind of languages which are being used, that can also be we can bring it. We can also point to the very basic thing, the media, advertisement, etc., which is promoting a gender-based a kind of discrimination only, where you are giving us strong messages on the basis of gender. Second, I think we can ask them to come up with their own alternatives. So for that, we can just create a story and then we can ask them, what will be your role if you have been in the place of protagonist? Then there is a possibility that they might give some kind of solution. Third, we can I also feel that it is all about perspective taking. तो हो सकता है कि मेल को लग रहा होगा कि मैं जो कर रहा हूँ बहुत नॉर्मल है और फीमेल को लग रहा होगा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. So I think there is a need to have some kind of workshops and the dialogues, focus group discussion, etc., where there is an exchange of perspective taking, where we are making the people sensitize to whatever they are doing in their normal life. Fourth, I also feel that apart from dealing with all these groups separately, जहाँ पर आप उनकी violences की story सुनते हो, solutions, etc., there should also be a mixed group interaction where there is an exchange of perspective, a male narrating a story and female, or the transgender is narrating the story and others are listening to, etc., etc. So apart from the policies and apart from all these kind of defense, as in the administrative level, whatever we have, I strongly feel that we need to work on the root, in the root level, where we need to talk about why at all in the first place there is a violence based on gender. This is what we have discussed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Is there any other group on the same theme? Mayank ji, आपका क्या theme है?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me a chance. This is Mayank Sharma from Subharti Law College, Swami Vivekanand Subharti University, Meerut. Ma'am, my topic is offences against child and juvenile offences. As the ma'am earlier said,
Mayank ji, मुझे 1 minute दीजिए. Just to wrap up, you know what people have been talking about. That's another theme now. So I'll come to you. Just a minute. Is there anyone else who's worked on gender-based violence? All right. Now, when we just give me 1 second. Yeah, sorry. So when we're talking about gender-based violence, I was not just looking at domestic violence, I was looking at violence which is there for all genders, which happens in the public domain. So it could be in the society, it could be in the neighborhood, it could be where you're walking around. Just a second. Yeah. So when you're looking at domestic violence and when you're looking at issues of violence, then there are a few, issues that we need to keep in mind. So when we're looking at gender-based violence, it is basically how and Radhika ji ने कोशिश की वो बताने की, लेकिन मेरे सवाल कुछ ये है. You may work on that because we have limited time, so we may not be able to get back to the groups who are presenting. But my pointers for you to think about is, one, whatever we are discussing as an action plan, where are students going to be involved in this? So every outreach program can have two different set of aims. One, it could be educational. आप सिर्फ एजुकेशनल इनिशिएटिव ले सकते हैं जिसमें आप डिफरेंट चीजों के बारे में अपनी कम्युनिटी को एजुकेट करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं. So it could be related to laws, it could be related to government schemes, it could be related to NGO and their services, it could be related to local hospitals, it could be related to illnesses, it could be related to mental health, it could be related to courses, and it could be n number of themes that you could be working on. So education could be one of the purposes of the outreach program. You could also tell them कि free legal aid मिलती है कुछ issues के लिए. So whatever services that you want to talk to them about, again based on a need assessment survey that you may do around your college or your institution. Now in that, education could be for the community people at large. It could also be for your own students' consumption or for your own faculty's consumption, right? So you could do that at both the levels again. The second point is that you are actually trying to provide direct services. Now, we may not always be in a position to provide direct services to the community because we may not have the expertise, we may not have the number of people, we may not have the time to liaison with them, the students may not have time, to be able to offer that kind of a sustainable regular service. So, based on the feasibility, so there has to be a feasibility analysis. Based on the feasibility of what is available to us, we can develop either an educational initiative or a direct service delivery initiative. Now, coming back to the domestic violence issue, I think I would just, there are a lot of things that I wanted to say, but then there are people who want to talk about the third issue as well. So all I have to say is that there is a bystanders intervention which is happening. Please go to the Breakthrough is an organization. Please go through their website and check. There's a bystanders intervention model that they have come up with for gender-based violence. Kindly go through that. And in fact, they're including students from colleges, where 100 students are being trained in bystander intervention in order to deal with domestic violence issues in the community. So these 100 children will be trained over the next 2 years. Handholding will be done for them. जो राधिका जी के इश्यूज थे, जो बाकी आप लोगों ने, जो मीरा जी ने कहा, सबने कहा, वो सब मिल करके वो उसमें चलेगा. 2 साल तक वो बच्चे ट्रेन होंगे और फिर वो कम्युनिटी लीडरशिप तैयार हो जाएगी, जो कम्युनिटी में जेंडर बेस्ड वायलेंस के इश्यूज में इंटरवीन करने के लायक होगी और पीयर्स को तैयार करेगी. So there are different models of dealing with it. But thank you so much. It is Breakthrough. The organization name is Breakthrough. Please go through that and see. And if any of you wants to know further, you are free to write back to me. Priyanka ji has my email ID. Mayank ji, आपके पास पहुंचती हूँ. आप बताइए आपने क्या किया.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As I know this is very short of time, I just relating to the directly my topic. My topic is offences against child and juvenile offences. As we all know, the offences against child is growing day by day. As the NCRB survey, we are looking in a very of couple of minutes in a single child facing any kind of offences like a physical, mental, domestic, any kind of it. First of all, we need to know who is child. According to the law, we have a difference of a definition and n numbers of a legislation. First, I just want to add n number 2 or 3 of legislation we are giving to the age. According to the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, there is an age for the male and the female. Is it for the 18 year and the 21 year? And if we are looking for the Juvenile Justice Act, the number of age is 18. And then I reach toward the offences. The children offences is not a single type of offences. The term we are using in the particular thing is a offences. The offences covered all type of offences, is a physical, mental, or is a kind of a neglection also. When we are looking some kind of a research in the college and the outside the college, we are find that the parents are not giving the proper time to the children, and the result is the children is not going toward the good path. First of all, we need to know that digital media playing a vital role in the increasing the offenses. How? I'll explain. When the children won't have any kind of a restriction to watch, the OTT platform serving the indecent type of a material, and that is very easily to access. Anyone have n numbers of subscriptions and the social media like Facebook and any other types of a platform, and the children go through that. The initial stage, the upbringing stage of every of a child facing the n numbers of things, and it's a very difficult to find out that is good for me or not. So there is a responsibility rise to the children's parent, schools, and the society. As you are talking about the role of society, the role of children, parents, and all, the role of a society is a multidisciplinary role. Like they are providing a different type of as I don't have a particular word, environment. हम देखते हैं कि जब हम लोग चिल्ड्रन ऑफेंसेस की बात करते हैं क्लासेस में, तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी आर मेंशनिंग सम काइंड ऑफ कैंपेनिंग रन बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, like good touch, bad touch. In the very initial stage, this is considered as a taboo to talk. And now we are helping out. We make a campaign in the village area, and we are trying to talk about the periods. The female members, उनकी जो mothers थी और जो उनकी बड़ी बहन थी, they are not comfortable to talk on that particular matter. So, as ma'am earlier said, awareness. As a law faculty, this is my prime responsibility to create awareness. The child offense is a multiple types of offenses, and we are facing the rape cases. Rape cases is increasing against the child. The definition giving the under IPC section 375 and 376, the particular thing giving to a consent. Now, what is consent? Is the consent given by a girl whose age is a 12 year is considerable? No. Law giving a particular stage, a girl who meet the age of 18 year, then the consideration given by her, and that consideration should be free. When we are going about the consent, the free consent not be influenced by any kind of a force, misrepresentation, coercion and all. If the consent given by excluding all these things, that consent considered as a free consent. After that, we facing the first particular group demanding to decrease the age of 6. They consider that we are totally mature, we are totally aware about the work, and the government should decrease the age to the 18 years. But the awareness programs in the village area, rural area is a very minimal stages. जब हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट लीगल में जाते हैं तो वहाँ के जो ग्राम पंचायत वाले हैं एंड एनी अदर्स मेंबर्स दे आर व्हेन वी आर गिविंग द प्रियर टॉपिक, तो वो उसको मना कर देते हैं कि वी आर नॉट कंफर्टेबल फॉर दिस टॉपिक्स, एंड फॉर उसी की वजह से हमें टॉपिक्स चेंज करने पड़ते हैं. द चाइल्ड ऑफेंसेस इज नॉट अबाउट टू क्रिएट अबाउट पर्टिकुलर sort of guidelines, restriction, not. Indian government and the Ministry of Bal Vikas Mantralaya giving n numbers of guidelines to the institution or schools, colleges and all. But the implementation of these guidelines is very minimal. According to the Indian Constitution, have a sort of articles like 21A, 23, 24. In the Directive Principle of a State Policy, Article 39E, 42, and 44 also, some kind of articles giving the power and try to maintain the situation. How these articles relevant to these child offenses? When a parent go out for the work and facing a humiliation, violence and all, and when he come back to the home, the anger, that pain come out uski wife pe or children's pe. That particular things in the initial stage of upbringing is not giving a good attempt on the upbringing. After that, these things are developing very slowly. And after that, we are showing the recent case in Delhi when a person brutally killed a girl. A girl is a minor. But the point is not an offense. We have to focus on the cause. What is the cause? What is where all the humanities were killed? कहाँ है हम लोग की उस छोटी को चीजों को देखें. इसी के साथ
मयंक जी, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू, मैं ये जानना चाह रही हूँ आपसे कि जो आप कह रहे हैं वो बहुत रेलेवेंट है, जो आप कह रहे हैं वो बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है, मुझे खुद या बहुत से लोगों को यहाँ पे हो सकता है एग्जैक्टली जो आर्टिकल्स है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के या जो लॉ है जो जस्टिस एंड प्रोटेक्शन की या और भी जितने लॉज हैं जो चाइल्ड लेबर प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट्स हैं या पॉक्सो की जो डिस्क्रिप्शन है कि बच्चों के खिलाफ जो सेक्सुअल ऑफेंसेस हो रहे हैं उसके लिए क्या प्रिवेंशन है, पोर्नोग्राफी, चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी, इज एंडलेस. माय पॉइंट इज कि जब आप अगर अपनी इंस्टीट्यूशन में, आप मेरठ से, आपने मुझे ऐसा याद पड़ा कि आपने कहा मेरठ से हैं आप, तो जिस कॉलेज से भी आप हैं, आपका कॉलेज अगर लॉ कॉलेज है या कोई भी कॉलेज है, वो अपने नेबरहुड में, जैसा मैंने अभी कहा, 2 तरह की चीजें कर सकता है. पहला, एजुकेशनल या अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स कर सकता है नेबरहुड में, जहां वो बता सकता है कि ढाबे पे काम करना भी बच्चे के लिए अलाउड नहीं है, जो एम्प्लॉय कर रहा है या जो काम कर रहा है या जो माँ बाप उसको भेज रहे हैं वो भी पनिशेबल ऑफेंस है. सो यू नो, बिल्डिंग अवेयरनेस कुड बी वन ऑफ योर आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स इन दैट कम्युनिटी, where you are educating the community about what is legal, what is not legal, what should be done, what should not be done. ये सारी चीजें अगर आप करते हैं तो ये एक आपका आउटरीच प्रोग्राम उस कम्युनिटी के लिए हो सकता है, अपने बच्चों के लिए आप कर सकते हैं, अपने स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, और अपने आसपास के कॉलेजेस के लिए कर सकते हैं, आसपास के कॉलेजेस के टीचर्स या आसपास के कॉलेजेस के स्टूडेंट्स के लिए आप कर सकते हैं, which will be an outreach program, because it's very important कि बच्चों के साथ जो ऑफेंसेस हो रहे हैं उसके बारे में हम कम सोचते हैं, क्योंकि हमेशा पावर इक्वेशंस होती हैं उसके हिसाब से चीजें चलती हैं। बच्चे डिसएम्पावर्ड होते हैं, बच्चे एक ऐसे ग्रुप को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं जिसके पास पावर कभी नहीं होती, इसलिए बच्चों की बात हम करते नहीं हैं जब तक अपने बच्चे के साथ कुछ ना हो। सो आई थिंक it's important that we also bring about awareness about children's issues and what they are facing, what kind of issues they are facing, चाहे child labor हो, चाहे trafficking हो, मतलब कितने सारे बच्चे जो है वो ट्रैफिक हो रहे हैं रोजाना। So I think it is important to talk about that as well. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I'm so glad all of you have come up with such interesting and such elaborate intervention plans for your colleges. I wish we had more time and I could hear all of you out. I'm sure you all have a lot of ideas about it. The basic intent of this session was that we needed to understand what could be the steps, and how we can develop an intervention plan around our community, so that we have an outreach to the community जहाँ पर हम हैं, जहाँ के resources, जहाँ के local लोगों को के बीच में जाकर के हम पढ़ा रहे हैं। सिर्फ वो बच्चे जो मेरे कॉलेज में पहुंच गए वो मेरे बच्चे, मतलब वो मेरे टारगेट नहीं हो सकते, और भी आसपास के गांव, आसपास के लोग, आसपास के इंस्टीट्यूशंस जहां पर मेरी नॉलेज से कुछ फायदा हो सकता है, जहां पे मेरे ट्रेनिंग से कुछ फायदा हो सकता है, जहां मेरे डायरेक्ट सर्विस प्रोविजन से कुछ फायदा हो सकता है, वो अगर कॉलेजेस करते हैं that will be wonderful, because that
सॉरी मैम, माफी चाहता हूँ, मैं दूसरे वक्त इंतजार कर रहे हैं अभी, ये अगर
जी मैं खत्म कर दिया, मैंने खत्म कर दिया। So thank you so much. It was an extremely participative session and thank you for having me over. Thank you very much.
जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार मैम। मैडम आपका, डॉक्टर रश्मि जैन मैडम, आपने प्रभावी उद्बोधन से हम सबको मंत्रमुग्ध कर दिया। विषय की गहरी समझ और सरल भाषा में उनके प्रस्तुतिकरण से विषय की गहनता को हम सब समझ सके। मैं बिना समय पहले ही ज्यादा हो गया, इसलिए मैं औपचारिक रूप से मैम डॉक्टर रश्मि जैन मैडम का धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं कि उन्होंने अपने व्यस्तम समय में से समय निकालकर संकाय संवर्धन कार्यक्रम पीडीएफ के साथियों और हम सबको अपने वक्तव्य से लाभान्वित किया। अतः डॉक्टर रश्मि जैन मैडम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार मैम।
धन्यवाद सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर हैविंग मी ओवर एंड आई एम सॉरी आई ओवरस्टेप्ड माय टाइम, बट दिस वाज सच एन एंगेजिंग डिस्कशन।
सॉरी मैम, बीच में रोकना पड़ा क्योंकि दूसरे वक्त इंतजार कर रहे थे मैम।
माफी चाहती हूँ सर। ओके सर, या बाय, थैंक
यू। अब कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए दूसरे सत्र के लिए जिसके वक्ता है प्रोफेसर ए.के. बख्शी सर, मैं कार्यक्रम के अगले वक्ता आदरणीय प्रोफेसर ए.के. बख्शी।
आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही, आप म्यूटेड है।
सॉरी। कार्यक्रम के अगले वक्ता आदरणीय प्रोफेसर ए.के. बख्शी सर का इस आभासी पटल से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस सत्र के वक्ता आदरणीय प्रोफेसर ए.के. बख्शी सर, जिन्होंने उद्बोधन का विषय सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट रोल एंड एजुकेशन है। सर्वप्रथम मैं आज के वक्ता का संक्षिप्त परिचय के माध्यम से आप सबको अवगत कराना चाहता हूं। प्रोफेसर ए.के. बख्शी सर पीडीएम विश्वविद्यालय बहादुरगढ़ हरियाणा के संस्थापक कुलपति है। सर अक्टूबर 2013 से फरवरी 2015 के दौरान मॉरिशस के टेरियर एजुकेशन कमीशन टीईसी के कार्यकारी निर्देशक रहे। टीईसी में शामिल होने से पहले सर राजश्री टंडन मुक्त विश्वविद्यालय यूपी के कुलपति रह चुके। प्रोफेसर बख्शी सर 2 दशकों से अधिक समय तक दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय में रसायन विज्ञान के प्रतिष्ठित सर शंकर लाल चेयर को सुशोभित कर चुके हैं। आप मई 2010 से अगस्त 2011 के दौरान दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के रसायन विज्ञान विभाग के प्रमुख भी रहे। आप GGSIP में विजिटिंग प्रोफेसर भी रहे। सर ने 2008 से 2010 के दौरान दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ लर्निंग के साथ साथ सेंटर फॉर प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट इन हायर एजुकेशन के निर्देशक के रूप में भी काम किया है। प्रोफेसर बख्शी सर वर्तमान में MHRD के नेशनल रिसोर्स सेंटर ऑफ केमिस्ट्री, MHRD के गुरु अंगद देव टीचिंग लर्निंग सेंटर और ई-लर्निंग सेंटर के अध्यक्ष भी हैं। ये तीनों केंद्र दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के SGTB खालसा कॉलेज में स्थित है। प्रोफेसर बख्शी सर ने शताधिक शोध पत्र एवं अनेक पुस्तकें प्रकाशित हो चुकी है। आप अनेकों पुरस्कार और अकादमिक सम्मान प्राप्त कर चुके हैं। प्रोफेसर बख्शी को भारत के पूर्व राष्ट्रपति डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम द्वारा दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के परिवर्तन सहित शिक्षा में विशिष्ट और उत्कृष्ट योगदान के लिए 2 बार सितंबर 2009 और दिसंबर 2011 में सम्मानित किया गया। प्रोफेसर बख्शी MHRD, UGC, NAC, DST,
डॉक्टर सुमित में आप छोड़ दीजिए, बस हो गया बहुत।
NCERT आदि के विश्वविद्यालय, कॉलेज आदि के विभिन्न व्यावसायिक शैक्षणिक निकाय और समितियों के सदस्य भी रहे। अंत में लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि प्रोफेसर बख्शी को भारत के विश्वविद्यालयों के पहले व्यक्तियों में से एक होने का गौरव प्राप्त है, जिन्होंने 1984 में अंटार्कटिका के तीसरे भारतीय अनुसंधान अभियान के सदस्य वैज्ञानिक के रूप में चुना गया। मैं आदरणीय प्रोफेसर AK बख्शी सर को उनके प्रभावी उद्बोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। सर, आपका स्वागत, अभिनंदन।
Thank you very much, Dr. Sumit, for your very kind words of introduction. Good afternoon, all the participants. It's indeed a great pleasure to be with you once again. And this time, I am speaking on an entirely different topic. And before I start my talk, let me share my screen. Is my screen visible and am I audible, please?
जी सर, अब सुनाई भी दे रहा है और स्क्रीन भी आपकी दिख रही है सर।
So this is the title of my talk. You know, I think this is a very important talk because here I am talking about from a teacher to an academic leader in higher education in India in the 21st century, a roadmap. See, everybody wants to rise in his or her profession. And here in the teaching profession, one would like to be ultimately an academic leader. So this will be a talk based on my experience, where I will tell you what I have learned and what you can learn from my experiences. So this is the title of my talk, and this talk is my perspective on this topic based on my long experience in higher education. It may not make you an academic leader, but it will certainly put you on a path to become an academic leader material. And believe you me, if you follow what I tell you in this talk, this can prove to be a game changer for all of you. Because I am sharing my life's experiences with you. And so from that point of view, this talk is going to be important. See, we have leaders in all walks of life. And you will all agree that leaders do make a difference. Look at this, all these people have been big leaders. But please remember, leadership is not a title or a position. It is action and example. We also have leaders on this front, CEOs of India, who have been making a mark on the global stage. Then on the right side, we have the famous Indian scientists who revolutionized world science. They are also leaders in their own way. Then these are also various leaders, political leaders from India. And then please remember, academic leadership about which we are going to talk in this, that leadership is different. Academic leadership is different from leadership in other arenas in terms of the stakeholders involved, goals to be achieved, processes to be followed, approach of the leadership, and approach of the process owners. So this is an altogether different type of leadership which we are going to talk in this talk. And this is going to be the concept map of my talk. See, you are here where you is written, you are there. If you want to become an academic leader, you need to strengthen your academic credentials. We will talk about that. Then we will talk about the traits which you need to have, the skills which you need to have, what are the do's and don'ts for an academic leader. Then we will talk about the various stakeholders and then various proactive personality traits for an academic leader. After talking this, we will talk about what are the challenges in the 21st century higher education for quality education and how to implement them, how an academic leader can play an important role there. And here I will talk also about sustainable development and sustainable development goals, because that is also a part of quality education. So ultimately, when we will end the talk, we will tell you how you can acquire competence for academic leadership. So this is the entire concept map of this talk. But one thing you should keep it in mind, life is a process. No one rises suddenly in this world, not even the sun. And excellence is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, skillful execution, and the vision to see obstacles as opportunities. So I think this is a very important slide which you should keep it in mind. Please remember, a stone is broken by the last stroke of hammer. But this does not mean that the first stroke is useless. So success ultimately is the result of continuous efforts. You have to be persistent and have a never give up attitude. Please remember, the day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. So please, you will have to be patient and never give up. That is what you have to keep it in mind. And one must learn from the mistakes and experience of others. because you can't possibly live long enough to make all of them on your own. And that is what I am going to tell you from my own experience. I also joined as a young lecturer in Delhi University. I also had the ambition, but what I learned during my life, I am sharing with you so that you are ready-made for that. So you will also have to learn to manage your career very well from the very beginning. You know, there is a very famous quote: if I had 8 hours to chop down a tree, I would spend 6 hours sharpening my axe. So you need to spend a lot of time on sharpening your axe. And please remember, career management involves two things. One is career growth, other is career development. Career growth is when you strive for a higher position than your current position. You are assistant, you are associate professor, you want to become our professor, our directors, our principal. So it focuses on set goals and it is strategic. Whereas career development is that you improve your knowledge, skills and talent within your current role. For example, this is a faculty development program. It is a career development program. You will improve your knowledge, skills, and others. So it brings about a transformation in you. But career development helps you in career growth. Then you again do career development. That is how the whole process starts. And please remember, professional development is a journey and not a destination. You keep on developing and you keep on improving. So you should become the CEO of your career destiny. And you know, the motto should be transform or perish. Take ownership of your career destiny. The sooner you understand this, the better it is. And this awakening may come to you at any age, but why not now? And please remember, the secret of success will be to be ready when your opportunity comes. Generally, the people start preparing when the opportunity comes. That's the wrong approach. You should keep yourself ready. You should think of what can come and be ready for that. And this talk will ultimately prepare you for that opportunity. And you know, opportunities do not come very often. Please remember, opportunities are like sunrises. If you wait too long, you miss them. So you have to be ready. And whenever the opportunities come, make the best use of them. You know, there is a very famous quote: when the winds of change blow, some people build walls and others build windmills. So it's up to you what you do with the opportunity. It's very unfortunate. I personally feel, this is my personal opinion, that people often invest more time planning their vacation rather than planning their career or work. You should give a time to this career management. And please remember, there is a powerful driving force inside every human being that once unleashed can make any vision, dream or desire a reality. So you have to unleash that driving force. And believe you me, then there will be no looking back. So this was a very brief introduction about what you all can do if you want. Now, this talk is in 3 parts. Let me come to the part 1. Before we move further, let's look at the current higher education scenario in India. See, India has the 3rd largest system of education in the world, as you can see from this slide. as compared to 1950s, there has been a big increase in the number of universities, colleges, standalone institutions. We have now about 1.55 million teachers and 41.4 million students in higher education. So by any stretch of imagination, there has been a considerable growth in our higher education. And the main functions of a higher education institution have been to disseminate knowledge, that is teaching learning, or creation of knowledge, research, and guidance of research. That is the second function. And the third is empowerment of students for their all-round development through holistic quality education. So these are generally the three main functions of a higher educational institution. But now education scenario is changing very, very fast. Although the goals remain the same, but the methods are going to change. And these changes are primarily due to technological advancements. And when we talk about holistic education, it is academic, spiritual, emotional, and social. Everything is covered under that. And you know, each of these higher educational institutions about which I talked, they have an academic leader in the form of a vice chancellor or a director or a principal, etc., at the helm of affairs to lead the institution. I even think and believe that even every teacher is in a way an academic leader for his or her class. You are the leader, you have to guide them. So your leadership role starts from the day you enter this profession in a way. And you know, the role of the leader in achieving excellence in all the functions which I just mentioned of higher educational institutions is very, very important. Please remember, without the appropriate leadership, the institution is like a ship without a rudder. It will become directionless and ultimately sink with all its passengers. So that is the importance of a leader, because a leader is ultimately one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. This is what is expected of a leader. Now the question comes, you may ask, what is after all a leadership? See, leadership is the ability of the superior to influence the behavior of his or her subordinates and persuade them to follow a particular course of action. That's a simple definition of leadership. Or you may say it is also the ability to induce subordinates to work with confidence and zeal. Even that's also a good definition of leadership. So leadership ultimately leads people, they influence people, they command people, and they guide people. And leadership has been of various styles. Let's have a very quick look at that. Autocratic leadership, where you know it is just a leader takes the decision without referring to anyone. Autocratic. Do X as it is shown here. That is an autocrat. Then laissez-faire. Here, leadership responsibility is shared by all. And it is generally very useful in businesses where creative ideas are important. Here, for example, the leader says, do X or Y as you see fit. So it's shared by them. And the third is the democratic, where decision making is by looking at the different perspectives, and then you take a decision in a democratic way. Which is best, X or Y, you talk to the people, take the opinion, and then take a decision. So leadership could be of various types, there is no doubt. But one question, it may come to your mind, that are leaders born or are leaders made? Please remember, either way, a leader is a person who guides others towards a common goal, showing the way by example. That's basically a leader. Leaders are actually made, that is the feeling. They are not born. They are made by hard work, which is the price which all of us must pay to achieve any goal that is worthwhile. If you work hard, if you develop those traits which leaders have, nobody can stop you from becoming a leader. And you know, in our higher educational institutions, if we want to excel, the quality of leaders becomes very important. And it was mainly because of this that we did not have any formal training for producing academic leaders. Government launched this scheme in November 2018. This scheme is called LEAP program, Leadership for Academicians program. This here, you know, Ministry of Education has launched MHRD at that time for senior higher education faculty. LEAP program. It is a leadership development program. You develop future leaders. It has 2 weeks domestic training and 1 week foreign training. Because it was felt that leadership is a problem in Indian higher educational institutions. So this, you know, process or this training program was started. And these were the top NIRF ranked Indian institutions which participated, and these were the foreign institutions where the training was done. And eligibility criteria is at least 8 years of experience in the grade of a professor, then age should be below 55 years, impeccable integrity, good quality, at least 30 publications in Scopus journals, and at least 3 years experience in administrative positions. So all those who fulfill these eligibility conditions, they could, you know, attend this training program, which is like building future academic leaders. So that shows that leaders can be made through training, through guiding, through telling them what all they need to know or do. Now the question comes, what makes a competent academic leader? That could be the next question in your mind. Here, you know, I will first like to discuss, based on my own experience, what are the traits of a good academic leader? See, my first thing is that a leader should be an academician, a scholar with high level of intelligence. And an academic leader should be coming from the ranks. Assistant, associate professor, professor, director, vice chancellor, like that. Because somebody coming from outside the academic world cannot understand academics that well. And a person should be really an academician of a very high order, great teacher, great researcher, all those things ultimately, because these are the functions which any institutions have to do. And therefore, you know, if you want to become an academic leader, one thing you have to keep it in mind that you should have very strong academic credentials. This is a must. I have also happened to be a member of the search committee for the selection of the vice chancellors of some universities. These are the things you must have. Good academic record, +2 level, UG level, PG level, then publications in good journals, impact factor of the journals, postdoc experience, especially from abroad, so that you have an international experience of research guidance, independent publications, academic awards and honors, other recognitions, fellowships of the various important societies and bodies, then organization and presentations at various national and international conferences, events, seminars, etc. And presently in the modern world, e-content development, MOOCs, all those things, you should have the experience. And please remember, these things do not come in one day. You should build your strong academic credentials, and you should keep them in mind that I have to go along these lines. I'm telling you all this because these things ultimately will matter. Because I showed you one slide, the secret of the success is to be ready when the opportunity comes. So it is time to make you ready for that opportunity. Once in every 3 months, you should do introspection, self-evaluation. How much have you improved academically during the last 3 months? Nothing wrong. And say no to the work which is not productive or which is not worth doing, because you are wasting your time on that. Because the secret of your future is hidden in your daily routine. Don't forget this. What you do every day, that will ultimately decide. Second thing, first was academician. I told you what all you need to have. Then an academic leader should be a visionary. Visionary means ability to see what is still invisible to others. And then capacity to translate vision into reality. But you will become visionary only if you have a full understanding of all issues. Then you can form your own vision. So you should understand what are the institutions, how are they working. So you should have a vision for that. Because sight is what you see with your eyes. Vision is what you see with your mind. So you should have a grand vision about the institution. And this you slowly build even now. When you are a part of some institution, you get involved, understand what all is happening in the world. So this will help you. And please remember, until you can see it in your mind, you will not be able to see it with your eyes. Vision always precedes sight. And please also remember that action without vision is only passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming. But vision with action can change the world. So you need vision with action. So this is very, very important, please. And the third thing which I feel is an important trait for an academic leader is he or she should be a good articulator. Ability to articulate vision. See, articulation is the ability to express a thought clearly and effectively. And it's not wrong if I say communication begins with articulation. And you should be an excellent articulator. This can be a very, very big asset for you. You should have the capability to persuade, convince, and paint a picture of the future. Because if you are an academic leader, you will have to convince people. You will have to persuade them. Wow, what is your vision about the future of the institution? You should be able to convince them through your articulation. So this good articulator or good articulation can be a big, big asset for an academic leader. Many people are, afraid of speaking in public. Overcome that fear. Overcome. Because once you become a leader, you will have to do it every day. So develop this habit. Because an institution needs a leader who can visualize, articulate, coordinate, and implement strategies to achieve the goals and satisfy all stakeholders. So this quality is very necessary. Then one more thing which I feel is important is that a leader is a team player. You should be not a boss, but you should be a leader, not dictatorial. You can see the picture. Not boss, leader. That is what is required. You should take the lead and others will follow you. Because if your actions inspire others to follow you, to do more, to dream more, then you are really a true leader. Look at this. This explains very well. A leader will develop people, whereas a boss will use people. There's a difference. A boss will inspire fear, and a leader will generate enthusiasm and will give credit. A boss will take credit by inspiring fear in others. So you need to become a leader and not a boss. This is something you have to keep it in mind. Slowly your mindset will become like that. Give credit to your colleagues. Why not? And then one more thing, which while I was making this presentation, I felt that there should be a deep understanding of human behavior and emotions, etc. They help in dealing with the people. Because you're daily dealing with people. And everybody is different. So you should have a deep understanding of human behavior and emotions, etc. And here I would like to mention, I wrote this, don't judge people, understand them. See, if you judge people, nobody will be yours. If you try to understand people, everyone is yours. Develop the habit of understanding and you will experience peace and love in all your relations. You know, we have a bad habit sometimes. We immediately pass judgment about anybody without knowing anything. This is something needs to be avoided. And you know, everybody is unique. Respect other people's way of thinking also. 6 plus 3 is 9, but so does 5 plus 4. The way you do things is not always the only way to do them. Respect other people's way of thinking. That is what I want to say. This is very, very important. This is normally a problem with many of the people. And please remember one more thing which I want to caution you. Inside every person you know, there is one person whom you do not know. That will always remain hidden. Keep this thing in mind always. Everybody, some part you would be knowing and others you may not be knowing. And then practice empathy. For a leader, I personally feel, I also learned it, that you should practice empathy. Empathy is, one of the most important interpersonal skills. It helps you to connect with another person. Empathy is seeing with the eyes of another, listening with the ears of another, and feeling with the heart of another. That means you put yourself into another's shoes. That is basically empathy. And I think this is a very, very important skill which all of us must have. Try to see from other person's point of view. Here I would like to show you a small video. Just watch it.
I recently came across this image and story and had to share it with you. The man in this picture doesn't know that there is a snake underneath. The woman doesn't know that there is a stone crushing the man. The woman thinks, I am going to fall, and I can't climb because the snake is going to bite me. Why can't he use a little more strength and pull me up? The man thinks, I am in so much pain, yet I'm still pulling you as much as I can. Why doesn't she try and climb a little harder? The moral is, you can never see the pressure the other person is under, and the other person can't see the pain you're in. This is life. Whether it's with work, family, feelings, or friends, we should try to understand each other a little more. Try to see the situation from the other person's point of view. Put yourself in their shoes. Learn to think differently. Be more open to other perspectives and opinions. A little kindness and patience goes a long way. Everyone we meet is fighting their own battle. Some you will never hear about. You may wish other people would be more understanding and compassionate and helpful to you. So be all those things for other people. Lori Deshen once gave some priceless advice. She said, practice the pause. Pause before assuming. Pause before accusing. And pause whenever you're about to react harshly. You might avoid saying things you'll later regret. Be kind to each other.
So you can see how what an important advice has been given in respect of empathy. And then, a leader should keep it in mind that everybody has gifts and talents. A good leader knows how to harness them towards the same goal. This is a very good quality of a leader. For what purpose a particular person can be very useful. And please remember, before you are a leader, success is all about growing yourself. But when you are a leader, success is all about growing others. You should take pride in the growth of your colleagues. A person who feels appreciated will always do much more than what is expected. This is what we call as a psychological handling of the people. Encourage them. They will do much more. And another quality which I feel is important is an academic leader should lead by example. He or she should be a role model. Then an academic leader should have the courage of conviction. You should act in accordance with your beliefs. These are very important things. And then very hard-working, but sensibly. An academic leader may have to be available 24/7. One should be available. But sensible direction, because in respect of working hard, direction is more important than speed. In which direction you are working. So please choose your direction very carefully. Because nothing great in this world has ever been accomplished without passion. Choose your direction and then follow it with a great passion. And nobody will be able to stop you. Work with strong willpower and bulldog determination, and believe you me, world will be at your feet. But you have to have a right strategy, what to do and what not to do. Then one more thing which I feel is that an academic leader should have full knowledge of rules and regulations, rule book. If you are dependent on your office people, maybe that you may be misguided. You should be clear about what are the do's and what are the don'ts. You don't be dependent on others, office staff or in a university on a registrar or anyone. You should have a full knowledge. And one more thing which I feel is a leader has to be an out-of-box thinker. Come out with new ideas. Because the growth of an institution requires innovative ideas. And you do not become out-of-box thinker overnight. It should be from the very beginning. And then dedication is also very important. Spending whatsoever time or energy is necessary to accomplish the task at hand. Don't lose on time front. 100% you should be ready to dedicate to the institution. Time management is very important for a leader, I personally feel, because there are so many pressures, so many things. So manage your time, maximize your performance in the shortest time. There is a very famous quote of Amitabh Bachchan, कल खो दिया आज के लिए, आज खो दिया कल के लिए, कभी जी ना सके हम आज आज के लिए, बीत रही है जिंदगी कल आज और कल के लिए. Just time will pass. Make the best use of the time. Don't waste time, invest time. And then live in the moment. This is also something which is very important. Don't think too far. Live in the moment. And also keep it in mind that every day is once in a lifetime. For example, today's day will never come again. 30th June 2023 will never come again. This is gone forever. This will become history after today. So that's something you have to keep it in mind. Now I will come to the expectations of different stakeholders which an academic leader has to face. See, there are so many stakeholders in a higher educational institution. So that also becomes a problem for an academic leader. For example, students are there. They want high quality education. They want to be prepared for jobs. They want all-round development. And if they are paying very high fees, they want value for money. There is no doubt about that. So these are the expectations of the students. Then we have the faculty. They want a fulfilling career. What's wrong? Sure. They want good promotional avenues. They want a career profile of the teachers. They need to be going up the ladder. That's what they want, career growth and career development. If you look at government wants research output. More, the better it is. Then if you look at the management or society needs furtherance of social causes from an institution, equity. Equity, that's not equality, I'm talking about equity. You have to be fair. That is what is expected of an institution. And the management wants the growth of an institution, proliferation of the courses, efficient operations, and brand building. So you can see there are so many stakeholders with different expectations. So it becomes a team effort, and ultimately academic leaders' role becomes very important. All stakeholders, as a matter of fact, need to work together to meet the expectations as a teamwork. And in this, role of the academic leader becomes very, very important. Team, together everyone achieves more. So this is another aspect of academic leadership you have to keep it in mind. First, I told you about traits. Then I told you what are the expectations of the stakeholders. Now I will talk to you about the skills of a good academic leader. See, when I was preparing this slide, I could think of these which I think are very important. Networking is very important for, an academic leader, particularly in this information age. You should have good connections. It helps you. Team building. It's also a skill to choose right people for a right job. Not everybody can do. Then excellent communication, presentation skills, and ICT skills. See, an academic leader may have to make so many presentations. How well you communicate, how well you present your ideas, how well you can convince the audience, how good you are in the modern age of ICT skills. All these are very much important. And then leadership and management skills are also very important. Not everybody has leadership and management skills. But if you don't have, but slowly, if you learn, you can acquire all these skills. And then resilience is also very important. Resilience is what we mean. Resilience means to bounce back. Once there is a setback, you bounce back and become again strong. So teamwork, as I was saying, there is a very famous quote. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So it's a team effort. And Steve Jobs once said, great things in business are never done by one person. They are done by a team of people. So team building is very important. How to build a team. And team building process involves all these things. You form a team, you clarify their roles, you encourage communication with team members, build relationship, track process, assess team, solve problem, and reward success. That's how it goes. And resilience, I was talking to you, resilience is the ability of each one of us to bounce back stronger, wiser, and more personally powerful. When we learn how to become resilient, we learn how to embrace the beautifully broad spectrum of the human experience, where ups and downs come. But we are not down with those setbacks. We bounce back. Because one thing you should remember, the true test of leadership is how well you function in a crisis. And also please remember, you are at your best when things are at their worst. Any crisis comes, things are not when, then your best will come out if you are a good academic leader. New ideas may come, new way may come. But all these things you have to keep it in mind. See, I am telling you today all those things which you should try to acquire now so that they become a part of your personality. That is what I mean when I said academic leader material you can become. And then a leader should also develop an understanding of how to cope with the complexity and challenges of governments in higher educational institutions, financial and general administration. Financial acumen should also be there. Financial affairs, how to deal. That is what the training is also given. But then there are also some don'ts for an academic leader. What an academic leader should not do. This is what I feel. Don't react emotionally. Don't act arrogantly. Don't be rigid. Sometimes people say, okay, I have taken a decision, nobody can change. No. If some new perspective comes to your light, you can change. Don't be rigid and don't be biased. These are all very, very important, please. And then don't focus on the problem, rather focus on the solution. Don't compromise on quality in recruitment. This is one thing which I learned, that, when we recruit people, we should not compromise on quality in recruitment. This is very, very important, because an institution is ultimately as good as its faculty. There can be no, because if you look at the top institutions of the world, they are world class mainly because of the faculty. Infrastructure, funding, etc. are secondary importance, but they are because of the high quality faculty. So ladies and gentlemen, leadership is a mix of knowledge, skills, values, vision, teamwork, behavior, understanding, risk-taking ability to communicate, etc. And all these things ultimately determine the competency of an academic leader. And please remember, true leaders do not create followers, they create more leaders. Now, the next point which I wrote here was, why do academic leaders fail after all? That could be the question. Why do sometimes academic leaders fail? Academic leaders fail when they are having unclear vision and expectations. When there is a lack of connectivity and trust, they lose connection with their subordinates. In a college, the academic leader is not in touch with the teachers or the students, or they lack the trust of the people. They start focus on the politics, and their confidence becomes ego, and that leads to arrogance. These are the common reasons why academic leaders fail. And once you become arrogant, that is the surest path to failure. कभी किसी चीज का घमंड आ जाए तो शमशान का एक चक्कर लगा आना, तुमसे बेहतरीन लोग वहां राख बने पड़े. जिनमें कुछ नहीं होता है ना, उनमें घमंड बहुत ज्यादा होता है. Keep this thing in mind. Then sometimes leaders fail if they have a wrong focus, where the focus should be and where they are focusing on. Then slow decision making also leads to their downfall. Files are there, for weeks and weeks, nobody is bothered. And then they become selfish and more concerned about their personal professional growth rather than about the institution. And then lack of personal integrity could also be a reason for the fall of the academic leaders. These were the 8 points which I could note. Integrity is very important. Integrity is the cornerstone of leadership. I think it is the most valuable and respected quality of leadership. Always keep your word. Lack of self-belief also sometimes leads to their downfall. They lack confidence. Believe in yourself. That is very important. A bird sitting on a tree is never afraid of the branch breaking because her trust is not in the branch but in her own wings. So believe in yourself. It is a must. And you will be successful only if you believe you can be. And this gives rise to self-confidence. And self-confidence is a superpower. Once you start believing in yourself, you will notice that magic will start happening. And many leaders start living in a comfort zone. Okay, I have achieved much. Now what should I do? I have already become like that. This type of mindset also comes. But please remember, only after you have stepped out of your comfort zone that you begin to change, grow, and transform. Some leaders are not able to take decision or bold step, fear of failure. That is also sometimes a problem. And now, people believe failures are a part of life. If you don't fail, you don't learn. If you don't learn, you will never change. And there was an article, I think, in Times of India, embrace your failure. Many people keep a failure resume on their web page where they write down the jobs they could not get or the awards they could not win. They try to analyze it, find out could be the reason so that those things are not repeated. So failure resume can also be helpful. Because your attitude towards failure determines your altitude after failure. And please remember, sometimes you need to lose small battles in order to win the war. So small setbacks in your working, take them a part of life. Be prepared to lose them if you want to win in life. So now I come to part second. This was all about leadership, what I could feel. Now part second is, what are the challenges before academic leaders in the 21st century? Because ultimately, they are all dealing with education, and education is, please remember, relevant only when it is able to prepare students for future success. And 21st century world is full of challenges for education system. Situation was never that dynamic as it is now. These are all the challenges. Uncertainty about future jobs, where our students will be employed, nobody knows. Artificial intelligence, robotics, automation taking over many traditional jobs. Focus on increasing gross enrollment ratio, increasing the tough competition for traditional jobs. Industrial Revolution 4 and 5 coming, big technologies coming. Now multiple sources of knowledge available, mismatch between education and employment. What our students acquire, the skills, and what the industry is required, there is a mismatch. All these challenges are mainly because of technological advancements. And therefore, their solution is also in technology. That is something you have to remember. This was the report recently. About 97 million new jobs would be coming and we would be losing 85 million traditional jobs. So job landscape is changing very fast. So teachers ultimately, or academic leaders, have to focus on quality education, and quality education ultimately will be this: knowledge, 21st century skills, and personality, values, attitude, etc. That is what all the institutions need to focus on. That is what they need to have: an adequate infrastructure. They need to have a conducive learning environment so that quality education could be imparted. And these three things, as I mentioned earlier, ultimately define the competence. So academic leaders should take it a point that all the three things are developed in their students, and even teachers should also have, so that they can enhance your competence. And this, quality education is the basis of sustainable development. So here I come to the sustainable development, and it is said that sustainable development requires human ingenuity, new ideas. Genius people are required. And people are the most important resource. And from where do those people come? They come out of the education system through quality education. So quality education fosters human ingenuity, which can help in sustainable development. So you can very well see the basis is quality education. But these days, all over the world, there is a lot of talk about sustainable development goals. So I will spend about 10 minutes on that so that you understand the link between the two. Mahatma Gandhi once said, one must care about the world one will not see. So that basically summarizes the hidden meaning of sustainable development. What is sustainable development after all? In very simple language. It is sustainable means what can be maintained for a long period of time, and development is basically the process of economic development. So sustainable development is economic development maintained for a very, very long time. Okay, so that we are bothered not only about the current generations, but we are also bothered about the future generations. Now the question is, why there is so much concern about sustainable development? One may ask a question. In simple language, there is a population explosion in the world. In 1950s, we were 2.7 billion. Presently, we are close to 8 billion, and by 2050, we will be 9.7 billion. So, population is increasing, exploding. So, requirement needs are increasing. Second reason, fast depletion of resources. Food, minerals, other natural resources, they are getting depleted. So, that is another reason for concern. Then, water scarcity is going to be a major concern. There is a FAO report that by 2025, 1.8 billion people will be having acute water scarcity. That is another matter of concern. Then problem of environmental degradation. Because so many affordable or renewable sources of energy and other sources, fossil fuels, etc., environment is getting degraded. Then climate change is another problem. You know how much the climate change is occurring, rising sea levels, increase in atmospheric temperature, etc. All these 5 major issues are the issues for concern for sustainable. That is why there is a concern for sustainable development. So the importance of sustainable development is because we have responsibilities towards future generations, so that they can also enjoy natural resources for their needs, healthy environment and clean oceans, peaceful, fair and thriving society, and economic growth and employment. This is all for future generations. We have to be concerned. So that now you can understand why there is so much concern about sustainable development and what is the meaning of sustainable development. So United Nations in 2015 gave 17 sustainable development goals for achieving them by 2030. And 17 goals were given, but they are to be achieved by 2030. But United Nations did not give any roadmap. Why? Because the world is full of diversity and the nature of problem varies from region to region. So there cannot be any single solution for the entire world. That is why no roadmap was given. And this is called United Nations Agenda 2030, those 17 sustainable development goals. and 190 countries have signed this, including India. So India is also committed to achieve 17 Sustainable Development Goals in India itself by 2030. And these are the 17 goals which you can see. So these are called Sustainable Development Goals. And these 7 Sustainable Development Goals, each goal has some targets and some indicators. They address the global challenges which we face, including poverty, inequality, climate change, water resources, environmental degradation, etc. So these 17 Sustainable Development Goals represent the global problems the humanity is facing. And if we are able to achieve these Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, it is hoped that it will significantly improve the quality of life and increase the well-being of the people. These are considered to be a roadmap to humanity. And you know, these 17 goals are divided in 3 categories. One is economic pillar, one pillar, then is environmental pillar, and third is the social pillar. So these are the 3 pillars of sustainable development: social, economic, and environmental. Economic is also called profits or economy, or social is also called people or equity, and environmental is also called planet or ecology. And the 3 are mutually interdependent and mutually reinforcing. Why? What does it mean? You cannot change one pillar without changing the others. It will affect the others too. They are interconnected. They are interdependent. So these are the 3 pillars of sustainable development. Economic basically would mean building and developing economies without straining the resources. Social would mean ensuring the social prosperity of the people. And ecology or planet would mean maintaining the quality of natural resources and wherever possible, reversing the degradation. And you know, Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2015, when these goals were signed, United Nations agenda was signed, he delivered a speech at the United Nations Sustainable Development Summit, where he said, you know, look at this, why I am quoting this. Much of India's development agenda is mirrored in these sustainable development goals. So all India's policies are ultimately to fulfill or to achieve these goals. Our national plans are ambitious and purposeful. Sustainable development of 1/6 of humanity will be of great consequence to the world and our beautiful planet. So this is what Prime Minister Modi said in 2015 when this agenda was signed. And even now, we are having G20 meeting in India. And it is very much a part of the G20 agenda that G20 is committed to aligning its work with the 2030 agenda for sustainable development to ensure that no one is left behind in our efforts to eradicate poverty, achieve sustainable development, and build an inclusive and sustainable future for all. So it's a very live agenda. All countries of the world, depending upon the nature of problems in their regions, are working in achieving the sustainable development goals. And again, I am saying these SDGs represent the real world problems, and their solution calls for a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approach. And you know, these days in education, we talk about multidisciplinary approach. That is basically from this, because all the real world problem requires approach from different disciplines. That is what is the multidisciplinary approach. And in achieving these sustainable development goals, scientific research can play a very, very important role. All SDGs require inputs from science and technology for their fulfillment and accomplishment. And you know, perhaps many of you must be knowing last year, that is 2022, was declared International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development, where the focus was how basic sciences can help in achieving the sustainable development. And basic sciences mean physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics, teaching and research, all that. This was my article in a leading magazine, Science Reporter. This was my article, Role of Basic Sciences in Achieving Sustainable Development. So if you look at India's performance on sustainable development goals front, all these programs, look at these: smart cities, national health policy, Swachh Bharat mission, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, all these are basically, believe you me, they are ultimately fulfilling those 17 sustainable development goals in one way or the other. They are the steps in that direction. But our performance is still not very satisfactory. Look at this. In Environmental Performance Index, ours rank is 180, almost at the bottom. Because this is the international ranking system, measures environmental health and sustainability of nations. We are hardly anywhere. Look at this Sustainable Development Report, which came in 2022. India ranks 121, very much low. Finland holds first position. Recently, this plastic was banned. Again, it is in pursuit of those sustainable development goals to prevent environmental degradation. And even this pandemic, climate change, and geopolitical crisis, this Russia-Ukraine war, they have also jeopardized this 2030 agenda. This is the latest report of United Nations on Sustainable Development Goals report. But here I would like to mention more important is Sustainable Development Goal 4. Out of those 17, Sustainable Development Goal 4 is quality education. So that means the international community pledges that we should ensure inclusive, equitable, quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And this is also a part of our new education policy. And then this Sustainable Development Goal reaffirms that education is going to be one of the most powerful and proven vehicles for sustainable development. If you want to achieve sustainable development, quality education can play a very, very important role. And this slide is very, very important. I normally deliver one separate lecture on this, but I don't have time today, but I will just tell you that various provisions of NEP 2020 are basically based on the targets and indicators of Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is quality education. What are the targets? Targets specify the goals and indicators represent the matrices by which you can track whether the targets have been achieved or not. So what I want to say is that NEP 2020 is aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 4. As a matter of fact, the whole NEP 2020 comes out of that. For example, SDG 4 has 7 outcome targets and 3 means of implementation, total 10. These are the 10. Primary education, access to quality education, all these are all quality education targets. So if you look at them, all of them ultimately come under NEP 2020. Primary and secondary, we talk about, 100% gross enrollment ratio in school education, 50% by 2035 in higher education. Then we are focusing on skill development. We are focusing on equity and inclusion. We are focusing on sustainability, vocational education, technical education. All these are ultimately coming from Sustainable Development Goal 4. So in nutshell, what I want to say is that NEP 2020 is aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and aims to transform India into a vibrant knowledge society and global knowledge superpower by making both school and college education more holistic, flexible, multidisciplinary. All these things are very much there in NEP 2020. So you can see the alignment. Similarly, the national health policy is also aligned to sustainable development goal. Even our national energy policy is also aligned with sustainable development goal. I think it is 7, which is affordable and clean energy. We are talking about green energy. All these are basically the same thing. So NEP 2020 provides a huge opportunity to revamp education. So there is urgent need to enhance quality of education in the country. So these are the steps: modern curriculum, digital pedagogies, focus on thinking, innovation and creativity, assessment process to be made more scientific to encourage multiple skills, to build research culture and enhance research capacity, focus on globally competent but locally relevant research, need to introduce digital curriculum, then focus on continuous professional development of faculty. These are some of the steps to ensure the quality of higher education. See, one of the reasons why we rank poor in research is because India ranks 3rd in the world for research, 7th for highly cited papers, and 10th for patent filings. And India has just 250 scientists or researchers per million per population, which is the lowest among the Asian countries. That is why new education policy says we need to raise the research capacity. And in Global Innovation Index, India ranks 40th. One of the reasons why we are not good in world university rankings, it's poor quality of our research programs. Because we still focus on rote learning, we have to come out of that shell. We need to motivate teachers to prepare for their new roles in higher education. We need to establish world-class universities. And 3 critical things which are required for establishing world-class university. One is attract the best talent as student teachers from all over the world. The term university means universality. Increase international student population. Stanford has 21%, Harvard has 19%, Columbia has 23%, Cambridge has 18%. So we should attract talent. We should have international faculty also. Then second is large budget, because quality comes with a price. Many of the best known universities in the world are in USA. They thrive on endowments from generous contractors. We need that. And third is a combination of freedom, autonomy and leadership. We should have men and women of caliber and commitment, having the vision and passion of the highest order. They should be the academic leaders. Leader can play a very important role in an institution. We should have an environment which fosters competitiveness, unrestrained scientific inquiry, critical thinking, innovation and creativity. But this does not come in one day. It has to be, built in. And now I think I will take 10, because I started late, I started around 4:20. I will take 10-15 minutes and then I will stop. Personality traits are very important. I will quickly go through them, because for a leader, everything goes waste if a person does not have the right personality. For academic leaders, because personality and leadership are linked together. This is very, very important. Be proactive. An academic leader will identify opportunity, show initiative, take action and perseverance until meaningful change occurs. Create positive change in the environment. You should be a proactive personality. Wherever you go, you bring about a positive change in the environment in spite of constraints and obstacles. Your personality can make a big difference. Please remember that. Again, I'm saying stop worrying about the things you cannot control. If you want to be an academic leader, worry is a misuse of imagination. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. These are the things you can control. These are the things not out of my control. What is in your control is your attitude, your focus, your effort. Other things, just forget. One more thing which I also learned, I was not having this, learn self-control. There's nothing in this world that can trouble you as much as your own thoughts. The heaviest burden that we carry are the thoughts in our head. So, learn self-control, you will be able to master anything. Start practicing it now. Don't wait till you become a leader. Start practicing it now. Think positive all the time. Mindset is what separates the best from the rest. So, right attitude, please remember, will never take you to wrong direction. These are small things, but they can change your total career, total life, your thinking, your personality. And please remember, world only respects your position. Enhance your intrinsic value. Just I want to show you this. Just watch this.
There was a former Undersecretary of Defense who was invited to give a speech at a large conference, about 1,000 people. And he was standing on the stage with his cup of coffee in a styrofoam cup, giving his prepared remarks with his PowerPoint behind him. And he took a sip of his coffee and he smiled and he looked down at the coffee. And then he went off script and he said, last year I spoke at this exact same conference. Last year I was still the undersecretary. And when I spoke here last year, they flew me here business class. And when I arrived at the airport, there was somebody waiting for me to take me to my hotel. And they took me to my hotel and they had already checked me in and they just took me up to my room. And the next morning I came downstairs and there was someone waiting in the lobby to greet me and they drove me to this here same venue. They took me through the back entrance, took me into the green room and handed me a cup of coffee in a beautiful ceramic cup. He says, I'm no longer the undersecretary. I flew here coach. I took a taxi to my hotel and I checked myself in. When I came down in the lobby this morning, I took another taxi to this venue. I came in the front door and found my way backstage. And when I asked someone, do you have any coffee? He pointed to the coffee machine in the corner and I poured myself a cup of coffee into this here styrofoam cup. He says the lesson is, the ceramic cup was never meant for me. It was meant for the position I held. I deserve a styrofoam cup. Remember this. As you gain fame, as you gain fortune, as you gain position and seniority, people will treat you better. They will hold doors open for you. They will get you a cup of tea and coffee without you even asking. They will call you sir and ma'am, and they will give you stuff. None of that stuff is meant for you. That stuff is meant for the position you hold. It is meant for the level that you have achieved of leader or success or whatever you want to call it. But you will always deserve a styrofoam cup. And gratitude, enjoy them. Down the platform like George, the head of the Air Force. His own suitcase down the platform, just like me. And just...
And then, one more thing which I feel I am sharing with you as an elder, search for happiness in life and not pleasure. Most people only exist. Living has become very rare. Just watch this. This is very good.
Pleasure and happiness. A lot of people equate the two. Pleasure is short-lived, happiness is long-lived. Pleasure is visceral, happiness is ethereal. Pleasure is taking, happiness is giving. Pleasure can be achieved with substances. Happiness cannot be achieved with substances. Pleasure is experienced alone. Happiness is experienced in social groups. The extremes of pleasure all lead to addiction. Yet there's no such thing as being addicted to too much happiness. Pleasure is dopamine and happiness is serotonin. There's one thing that downregulates serotonin, dopamine. So the more pleasure you seek, the more unhappy you get. Las Vegas, Madison Avenue, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, and Washington, D.C. have very specifically and in a coordinated fashion confused and conflated happiness with the term pleasure so that you can buy happiness. And in the process, we have become most decidedly unhappy. Pleasure.
Emotional intelligence is also very important for a leader. The research shows that IQ can help you to be successful to the extent of 20%. The rest of the 80% success depends on your emotional quotient. And emotional quotient is like in an iceberg, is hidden. but it is very, very important. Emotional intelligence means how you perceive emotions, how you understand emotions, how you manage emotions, and how you use emotions. They can play a very, very important role for a leader. You should be emotionally stable. Don't lose temper. And in order to win, mind must be stronger than your emotions. Please keep that thing in mind. And one more thing which is a must for a leader is learn to say no and speak only when you must. Learn the art of saying no also. Don't lie, don't make excuses, don't over-explain yourself. Just simply decline. You can be a good person with a kind heart and still say no. This is a basic rule. Before you speak, let your words pass through 3 gates. Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? If the answer is yes, only then you should speak. If you do this, people will start taking you very, very seriously. No doubt words are free, but it is how you use them that may cost you. So choose your words very, very carefully. And then in academic leadership, I think I should not have written, but beware of sycophants also. Sycophants are like termites that eat from inside even a tree bearing fruit and flowers, and they are often in the guise of supporters and followers. Beware of them. Look at this quote Hindi में, जिंदगी में एक बात हमेशा याद रखें, मक्खन लगाने वाले के हाथ में हमेशा चाकू होता है. And then try to win people in life. These are the ways. Don't criticize, condemn, or complain people. Give honest and sincere appreciation. Show respect for other person's opinions. Become genuinely interested in other people. Be a good listener. Never say you are wrong. Even if you can call attention to other person's mistakes indirectly. That could be the best way how you can win people. So, have a high opinion of yourself. Please, this is very important. Never underestimate yourself. You are unique. No one can match you. Keep this thing in mind. You may not be perfect in many things, but many things cannot be perfect without you also. Stay special in your own little ways and think high of yourself. And please remember, life is not fair. Look at this quote. जिंदगी बहुत कुछ देकर भी किसी ना किसी चीज के लिए फकीर बनाए रखती है. And this is my last 2 minutes. A message for all of you. There is a very famous book, Die Empty, written by Todd Henry. Todd Henry was once asked, what prompted you to write this book? He said that he was attending a business meeting where the director asked the audience, where is the richest land in the world? One said oil-rich Gulf states, other said diamond mines in Africa. Then the director said, no, it is the cemetery which is the richest land in the world because millions of people have died and they carried many valuable ideas that could not come to light or benefit others. They are buried there in the cemetery. So cemetery is the richest land in the world. That is what message he got. And then he wrote the book, Die Empty. Live full, die empty. Don't die old, die empty. That's the goal of life. Go to the cemetery and disappoint the graveyard. Don't go to your grave with your best work inside of you. Choose to die empty. And please remember, no one has ever become poor by giving. Share your ideas, share your talent, share your knowledge with others. Enrich the world before you leave this world. That's the motto of the book, Die Empty. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you. I know I took a little more time, but I just wanted to complete it. And thanks the organizers for giving me this opportunity. It's indeed a pleasure to be a part of this program. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आभार सर आपका. आदरणीय प्रोफेसर बख्शी सर ने अपने प्रभावी उद्बोधन से हम सबको मंत्रमुग्ध कर दिया. विषय की गहरी समझ और सरल भाषा में उनके प्रस्तुतिकरण से विषय की गहनता को हम सब समझ सके, मैं औपचारिक रूप से प्रोफेसर बख्शी सर का धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं कि उन्होंने अपने व्यस्तम समय में से समय निकालकर संकाय संवर्धन कार्यक्रम पीडीएफ के साथियों और हम सबको अपने वक्तव्य से लाभान्वित किया। अतः प्रोफेसर बख्शी सर को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार। आगे के लिए मैं प्रशांत सर से आग्रह करूंगा कि
Thank you, Dr. Meera. Let me proceed with the third session of fourth day in Faculty Development Program. Today, we have Engineer Rahul Agrawal with us as another resource person. And before I will introduce the topic of today's talk, let me say about a few words about Engineer Rahul Agrawal. He has done his BSc in University of Allahabad, which is, I believe, at that moment called the Oxford of the East. And then he has done BE in Computer Science from MNIT Allahabad. He is currently the head of technology and operation at 3SR Consultancy. He is a seasoned engineering leader with extensive experience in product engineering for global clients, core competence in people management building, and leading high performance team building trust. He is also a leading transformation to develop for organization-wide engineering deliveries. He is also a lead research and development programs in diverse technology areas, including wireless, datacom, telecommunications, and cloud. Managed engineering deliveries for large items, more than 500 for global clients spread over geographies such as Finland, Germany, Italy, France, UK, USA, China, South Korea, Vietnam, and obviously in India as well. He has also done a significant contribution in building long-sustained engagement with Tier 1 OEMs. He has also been associated with corporate learning for more than 2 decades in various roles. He has developed and delivered various training modules based on best practices and framework for soft skills like ownership at work, building trust, teamwork, striving for excellence, learning and innovation, pioneering spirit, integrity, perseverance, impacting people with varied experiences up to 20 years. Industry interface to an engineering college or for on-campus CSR program in partnership with NOSCOM. He has also participated in certification workshops like leading large team, business through collaboration and trust, financial acumen, negotiation, communication and presence, coaching, leadership style, team building, and thinking differently. So before we start with the title, let me tell something about this FDP program. So after the introduction of new education policy in 2022, this faculty development program is categorically devoted to making teachers ready for the future. So as we are witnessing that there are many developments in artificial intelligence, and we are also shifting from Web 2.0 to 3.0. So how all the teachers should make themselves better for the upcoming challenges. Today, Engineer Rahul Agrawal will be speaking on neuroscience and education, enhancing critical and analytical thinking, emotional intelligence, empathy, and sympathy skills in AI era. Thank you so much, Rahul Agrawal, sir, for accepting our invitation. And we are very excited to listen to you. Now, over to you, Mr. Agrawal.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, so thanks for inviting me for this FDP program. It is a great honor for me to interact with all of you, the esteemed faculty members of different esteemed institutions. I'll take you through a topic which is related to neuroscience and how neuroscience can help us in enhancing our learning and education. So I'd like to take you through a presentation. So can I share the slides?
Yes, sir, you can share your slides.
So is my slide visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the topic, neuroscience and education, enhancing critical and analytical thinking, emotional intelligence, empathy and sympathy skills in AI age. So let's start with what are the, today's educators are faced with multiple challenges. There's a lack of student interest. Attention span is dropping. Students are distracted by tech, leading teachers longing for eye contact. Memory retention is dropping. Students are feeling overburdened. So these are some of the challenges, and we are going to talk about how neuroscience can help us in handling some of these challenges. So neuroeducation is a field which talks about what neuroscience teaches about learning and education. So what is neuroscience? Neuroscience studies the human brain through observation of the structure and function of the nervous system. It looks at the biological processes underlying the behavioral and mental processes studied in psychology. And psychology, as we know, it talks about mind and behavior. And pedagogy is basically involved with the individual education and learning. So when we talk about neuroeducation, it is basically combining neuroscience, pedagogy, and psychology, understanding how the brain processes information into learning and knowing more about what it takes for students' brains to be engaged, responsive, and alert. So let us talk about neuroscience and ponder some questions to begin with. Why can I forget what the capital of Hungary is, but not that I'm afraid of spiders? What do I find? Why do I find I have learned things better after a night's sleep? I get 7 out of 10 in a test. Why I am delighted if I was expecting to get 5, and despirited if I was expecting to get 9. Or
Sir,
7.
can I interrupt? Your slides are not moving. So can you please check again?
Okay.
Yeah, now we can see another slide.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It's visible, but earlier when you were moving your slide, it was not moving in our screen.
Okay. So can you see this sentence? Why can I forget?
Yes, sir. We can see that.
Okay. Why can I? Okay. So why do I find I have learned things better after a night's sleep? I get 7 out of 10 in a test. Why am delighted if I was expecting to get 5? Despirited if I was expecting to get 9. The 7 is just a 7, isn't it? Why as a teenager did I start doing risky things to impress my friends? Why does my mind go blank when I'm stressed in an exam? And why do I learn a new language so much more easily when I am 5 than when I am 50? So these are some of the questions which we will try to understand as part of this session, and also see what learnings we can take from that to enhance our educational programs. So the complex human brain, we know like it's one of the most complex things in the world. Human brain is at the center of learning, knowledge, memories, consciousness, and at the same time it is center of emotions, senses, intelligence, and the body control. Just wanted to reconfirm that my slide is visible.
Yes, sir. Same slide, but it's not moving.
Okay.
We are at your 6th slide.
So, okay. So, triune brain. Is the slide visible?
Sir, we are still at your slide that starts with letter ponder.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So triune brain is a model which basically tries to simplify the brain complexity, and it presents the brain into 3 functional layers. So upper layer is called neocortex. The middle layer is referred to as limbic system, and the lowermost part is called reptilian brain. So let's understand one of these one by one. The reptilian brain is, as I said, like it's the lowermost portion of the brain. Other names given to it are brain stem or motor brain. This functional layer of brain has survival instinct. It is basically coping with the stress with fight or flight in autopilot. So if there is a problem, it will lead you to either to fight with that situation or run away from that. It does also something hot. It instructs muscles to retract immediately. So all these things happen in an autopilot mode due to this lower portion of the brain, which is called as the reptilian brain. The survival state represents the primal brain and asks the question, am I safe?
Sir,
the only way.
So your slides are still not moving. So can you go with the slides? So I mean, then I think it can work with your mouse.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. But still, we are at the slide which starts with triune brain, a simpler model of brain. But I think that you have come to number 11 slide. So now it's the reptilian brain. We can see that.
Okay. I don't know what's the problem, but so maybe I will not use a representation mode.
You can still use it. I think instead of going with which you want to.
Prashant, but we can see the screen.
No, the slides are not moving.
Is there a problem?
Answer is moving on with the slides.
Okay, right now we can see reptilian brain.
Yeah, reshares it. Then probably the issue will be resolved.
Yeah, I think Reshma is right. The girls have kindly share your PPT with the Prashant. Prashant, then you can run through. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, we can do that. But sir, I mean, would you mind trying it again? Let's see that if it works. If it doesn't work, I can present your slides.
Rahul Saab, kindly share your slide with to Prashant. You can send it to anybody. Yeah.
Sure, sir. I'll just give it one more try, and if it doesn't work, then probably. So, is this slide visible now?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Now I'm on limbic system.
We can see that.
So, limbic system is basically the middle part of the brain, and other names given to it are mammalian brain or intuitive brain. This layer is our connection center, connection with the other people, which involves with emotions, instinctive faculties, attachments, fear, arousal, anxiety. It is important for social relationships, parental care, bonding, and empathy. This brain state represents mid-level functionality and asks the question, am I loved? The only way to soothe an upset emotional state is connection. So basically this layer helps us in establishing connect with other people. And the upper layer is called neocortex, which has other names like thinking brain or human brain. The topmost layer is involved with impulse control, long-term planning, emotional regulation, reasoning, and rational thinking. This layer is our executive control, which handles thoughts, learning, cognition, problem solving, language, abstract thoughts, imagination, and consciousness. So executive state represents the optimal state for problem solving and learning. This brain state asks the question, what can I learn from this? So you can see that the 3 layers model is defining the brain into a reptilian state, then the mammalian state, which is basically the limbic system, and the topmost layer, which is involved with the thinking part. Interplay of brain function layers is very, very important. So for a balanced behavior, these 3 function layers have to work in cohesion. The prefrontal cortex, this part, which is the frontal part of the cortex, takes care of integrating the 3 layers. In absence of sufficient control by cortex, the lower layers can hijack it. So, for example, in an airplane that is experiencing a turbulence, lower part of the takes over and basically it makes people take some panic actions. So when we run under stress, we make stupid impulsive decisions that seem brilliant at that time. So many times, because of our limbic brain, we take some impulsive decisions which are looking good at that time but are not good in long term. And when we are hungry, there would be tendency to go lenient on morals. So basically brain is first looking at its survival, and when you are hungry, then the brain basically doesn't allow, the lower part of the brain doesn't allow us to think properly. So I hope the slides are moving now.
No, sir. I guess we are still at 10th slide, and I think that you have moved to around 16 or 17th slide.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. We are at relook, 13th slide.
Okay. So maybe I will not use the presentation mode. That's what is creating the problem.
You can go to slides, and then we can check like if it's moving or not. At the top, 8th option.
Okay, so we started with this question, why can I forget what the capital of Hungary is, but not that I am afraid of spiders? So the 2 types of knowledge are stored in different memory systems. So amygdala is in the limbic system, which detects threats and doesn't forget. But the other parts of knowledge, like the capital of Hungary, that is going to be stored in the cortex, which is something, the memory there is, unless until it is kind of reused, it is no longer maintained, and it gets reused for some other memory. So that's the reason we can remember that we are afraid of spiders, but not sometimes the learnings which we maybe study somewhere. Why does my mind go blank when I'm stressed in an exam? So in an exam, the stress influences my limbic system, which triggers a threat signal to the cortex. The cortex is involved in retrieving and activating the right knowledge, but when the cortex is hijacked by the limbic system because of the threat situation, it basically hampers the retrieval of information which I need to answer the questions. So brain is a very, very complex system it has more than 100 billion neurons, and each neuron is connected to 10,000 other neurons. So sitting on your shoulders is the most complicated object in the known universe. That's basically the kind of complexity which all of us have. So let's understand what are neurons. So neurons are the fundamental units of the brain and nervous system. If you look at how a neuron looks like, so it is something like it has a small nucleus with the different chemicals, and it has various nerve endings which are protruding towards different other neurons. So these can get connected with other neurons. So these are the cells that act as sensors as well as motors. So as sensors, they are responsible for receiving sensory input from external world, and as actuators, they send motor commands to our muscles. So for an example, when I touch a hot object, the sensors in my hand, they send a signal to my brain, where the receiving neuron will get that signal, and it will indicate to the actuator neuron that the hand needs to be withdrawn. And that's how the brain takes care of saving us from any harm. So this communication of threat from sensor to actuator neuron, so the communication between two neurons happens through a chemical called neurotransmitter. So what is a neurotransmitter? These are neurotransmitters are chemicals present in the neurons which get released by sensor neurons, and once the released neurons, once the released neurotransmitter is absorbed by the next neuron, it takes that action. So the action could be in terms of instructing the muscle to kind of withdraw, like in the case of what we just talked about. And it could also be in terms of maybe some kind of feelings, like when we get a tasty food, it may give a feeling of pleasure. So these actions cause emotions like fear or happiness. So like in the first case, it will give me emotion of fear, and in the second case, it will give me a fear of happiness. So we are going to talk about 4 feel-good neurotransmitters. There are 4. These are called dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphin. So dopamine is a signal for pleasure. It's a neurotransmitter that signals a pleasure is coming. So when we smell a good food, or when we get a news of a kind of a mega sale, or we heard about a bonus, or maybe an announcement of free electricity, these are some signals for pleasure, and that gives us some good feeling. Similarly, serotonin is a chemical of self-pride. So this gets released when we are in a position of advantage. So when I am kind of got some kind of position of advantage in comparison to my peers, I feel good. Or if I get a public recognition, again I feel good. Or if I win a race, then again it gives me some pleasure. Or if I can kind of show off something which I have done over others, that also gives me a pleasure. So it gives a kind of a self-pride. That's what this neurotransmitter is. The next one is oxytocin, which basically gives the assurance of social setup. So you get a feeling of bonding, which reduces fear, anxiety, and it boosts your mood, enhances trust and attachment. So when you are in a kind of a group, you feel safe. When you are working along with your team members or other fellow students, that gives you a good feeling. Or a kid, when he is in the company of his or her mother, or when you are even like social media is also something where people feel good about. So all these situations help us in feeling a kind of a bonding, and that gives us reduced fear or anxiety. And the fourth one in this category is endorphin, which basically enables extreme effort. So endorphins block the perception of pain and increases feeling of well-being. So as you know, like when you have to do some extreme effort, you need to be motivated enough so that in executing that extreme effort, whatever pain comes, that can be kind of masked off. So endorphin is basically responsible for that. So when you are kind of making some extreme effort, like in the case of maybe Olympic kind of performances, or we have seen a movie like Unchai or Manjhi, where they are kind of the person is scaling through Everest, or maybe digging through a complete hillock, or you have kind of cleared your IIT exam. So that is what basically is enabled through this chemical. So the group of these four neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphin, is also referred to as happiness chemicals. Then comes the concept of neuroplasticity. The learning involves creation of connections among neurons. A neural pathway is a series of connected neurons. So we talk about neurons, and a number of neurons, when get connected, they lead to something called as neural pathway, which basically represents some of the learnings. So like a physical pathway on the ground, if you keep going over the same route, it becomes a habit. So if a neural pathway is traversed again and again by practicing what you have learned, that becomes your habit. So like a real road system, the brain can also be changed and adapted. So this flexibility of the brain is called neuroplasticity. So you can relearn, and always look for new learnings. So neuroplasticity enables you to acquire new skills and change habits through conscious effort. So let us relook, why do I find I have learned things better after night sleep? That one of the roles of sleep is to consolidate the brain connectivity changes that underline learning, making the stored still knowledge more stable and effective. And sleep also plays a role in extracting the key themes from the learning and integrating it with the previous knowledge. So essentially, after a day's learning, when you sleep, the brain tries to consolidate all that learning and puts them into a different storage area. And that's how we feel better. We feel that we have learned something better after sleep. So why do I learn a new language much more easily when I'm 5 rather than when I'm 50? So the brain reduces its plasticity by throwing away resources for changing connectivity from middle childhood onwards. So as we grow older, the brain starts reusing its resources in relearning what we have already kind of consolidating what we have learned. So the resources starts getting diverted to basically consolidation of what we have learned. And that's how we find that learning something is much easier when we are younger. And as we grow older, the learning becomes difficult. So then comes this important concept of threat versus reward. So brain is programmed for survival. It monitors the environment, predicts where and how to avoid threats and encounter rewards. So it's basically always looking how it can be safe and how it can kind of look for some gains. So these threats or rewards could be physical or emotional. So if it is faced with a threat, it gets into a mode called fight or flight. So either our brain will make us fight that situation, or it will ask us to kind of run away from that. And it basically leads to a generation of a chemical called cortisol, which basically diverts our energies into fighting that particular situation. And if it is a rewarding situation, it basically helps us with the different chemicals which we just talked about. So let's relook. So I get 7 out of 10. So this question is basically related to the brain's reward system. And it says that it depends on the expectation which we had. So whether its expectation is of reward is met or not. So it gets excited when the rewards are bigger than expected and upset when the rewards are smaller than expected. And why as a teenager did I start doing things, doing risky things to impress my friends? Is basically the hormone changes in puberty influence the motivation and reward system, shifting the priorities from families to peers and towards taking risks to achieve status with peers. So long-term planning and learning sensible risks to take involves both experience and development of prefrontal cortex, which continues into early adulthood. So since the brain is not fully developed at that stage, so the control of limbic system through cortex is not fully developed. So let's talk about how brain perceives emotions. So the emotions could be negative, like regret, fear, hate, anger, shame, sadness, or guilt, which lead to a threat. Brain treats these things as these emotions as threat. And emotions could also be positive, which could be like joy, happiness, pride, hope, love. These things are treated as reward by brain. So when the brain faces a situation of threat, it basically takes the mind or body away from, so it causes a withdrawal or disengagement. But when we find some rewards, it increases participation or engagement. So learnings and emotions, these are very, very closely related. Emotions are essential elements of learning. Without emotions, there is no curiosity, no attention, no learning, and no memory. And emotions can facilitate or hinder learning. Positive emotions can arouse students' engagement and promote the acquisition of academic skills, while negative emotions distract students from learning. So it depends on emotional environment that the teacher provides, and the teacher's emotions has significant consequence on the students' emotions. So how do you handle emotions? Basically, one has to perceive, then understand, reason why this emotion is occurring, and manage. And the emotional intelligence is one of the most critical aspects of handling these emotions. So let's understand what is emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence refers to the ability to identify and manage one's own emotions as well as the emotions of others. So you have to be aware of your own as well as of others. This concept was introduced by Daniel Goleman, an American psychologist renowned as the godfather of EQ. Being in touch with our emotions gives us a choice. We are able to take control of our emotions and our actions rather than letting our emotions control us. And as per Goleman, 80 to 90% of the competencies that differentiate top performers are the domain of emotional intelligence. So those who are good on emotional intelligence, those are generally found to be the high and top performers. So that's the kind of criticality of emotional intelligence. So let's understand it better. So when we talk about emotional intelligence competencies, so we can put into two dimensions. Emotions are of self and others, and it could be basically in terms of knowing emotions and controlling them. So when we talk about our own emotions, knowing our own emotions, this is basically self-awareness. While knowing emotions of others, that's basically a social awareness. And when we are able to manage our own emotions, that's basically the self-management. And when we are able to control the emotions of others, that's basically, or manage the emotions, that's basically social management. So self-awareness is ability to identify and name one's own emotions, be aware of your emotions as they arise, and the knowledge of one's own thoughts, feelings, and emotions, motivations. So one of the example is that you and your colleague were up for some promotion, but your colleague got it instead of you. And if you have lower EQ, you may fire off an angry email to your boss demanding an explanation or threatening to quit. But with a higher IQ, you are disappointed and annoyed. Realizing that this may make you angry, you start reflecting on the situation to try finding the reasons. So you try to kind of start thinking in terms of what could be the reason that you couldn't get promoted. Then social awareness is the ability to empathize and appreciate others' perspective. So understand others' feelings, needs, wants, and concerns, and understand it at the organization level. The key element here is empathy. So what is empathy? It's basically some critical element to connect with and understand others. We can say that it's stepping into the shoes of another person, understanding their feelings and perspectives, and using their understanding to guide your actions. So once we know their what they might be feeling, so then we can plan or kind of plan our actions accordingly. So let's take an example. You are taking a class on a complex but important topic. A student on the third row is fiddling around with his pen and looking at his watch again and again. So without empathy, you may feel irritated and get angry that the student is not focusing on what you are teaching. But with empathy, you will try to understand what the problem is and find that he is not able to arrange for his PG dues and the owner has given him some notice. So a related concept is sympathy. And many times we end up, some people kind of make it, they treat them as equally, but sympathy and empathy are different concepts. Sympathy is ability to feel the pain or suffering of others, while empathy is ability to understand the mood or mental state of others. So there is a clear distinction in terms of here we are talking about ability to feel, and here we are talking about ability to understand. Then sympathy is feeling sorrow for others' misfortune. You feel bad for someone's based on their misfortune. So it's talking about feeling bad because somebody else is feeling bad. while we use empathy when we put ourselves into someone else's shoes, understanding their mood and emotions, and not just bad. So we are not talking about just a bad mood or bad emotions. Sympathy involves a connect with the person, and empathy involves a deeper connect with the person. So that way, empathy is a much deeper connection, which requires a better understanding of the person's mind. So self-management is the ability to regulate your own emotions and actions in a variety of environments, maintaining self-control even when faced with extreme emotions. So key skill here is self-regulation. And what we mean by self-regulation is thinking before reacting or responding. So manage your impulses, soothe yourself, and respond appropriately. So consider that while you are driving on Yamuna Expressway, you are met with an accident. So there are two types of way you handle. So in one way, you start fighting with the other person. That's basically a react kind of the way you are handling that situation. And the other is that you remain calm and try to kind of call for necessary help and maybe insurance, etc. So that's basically a respond. So self-regulation is basically helpful. So it requires a 90-second pause is what basically makes a difference. So you get a trigger and you immediately react with it, leading to unwanted outcomes. But in the other case, you get a trigger, you take a 90-second pause, you take a deep breath, you look for some solutions, and then you respond. That's what basically leads to the favorable outcomes. So that's the kind of in getting a better results. So the next thing is relationship management. It's basically the social and emotional skills that make relationships more effective, fruitful, and fulfilling. And the different components of relationship management are managing emotions, influencing others, conflict management. Many times we tend to kind of avoid conflicts, but it doesn't help in long term. So it's important to resolve conflicts, teamwork, inspirational leadership, coaching and mentoring, negotiating solutions, listening, and reflecting on that. So these are different skills which again require long discussion. So I'm just mentioning these skills which are part of relationship management. So there's one thing which probably we can, which we would cover over here is about critical thinking. So critical thinking is also very important when we talk about emotional intelligence, especially when we are working with others. So what is critical thinking? Critical thinking is the objective analysis and evaluation of available information to form a judgment. So you are basically like a judge. You are looking at different aspects of the situation, and then you kind of decide whether it is true or false. So using reasoning to discern what is fact and what is opinion. So it involves being able to separate facts from opinions, being aware of your biases and fallacies, being fair and open-minded, and not accepting or dismissing anything without examination. So what is the difference between fact and opinion? A fact is based on observation and research, while an opinion is based on one's feelings and thinking. And a fact is something that can be proven true or false. An opinion is simply something that cannot be proven true or false. So let's take an example like a statement like it rained today. So this could be a fact, while a statement like it will rain today, so this is an opinion, because we can't still say that it's a kind of it has really rained or not. It's just an opinion. So let's take some more examples, whether facts or opinion. So India produces maximum number of films in the world. So this is a fact, because we can always look at the number of films being produced by India and maybe the rest of the world, and then we can conclude whether it's true or false. The next one, the cell phones being manufactured by Samsung are way better than those produced by Apple. So this is a kind of opinion. There is some people will say the phones produced by Samsung are better, and some are fans of Apple. So this is an opinion. Maruti is the biggest car manufacturer in India. So again, this is something which can be verified using numbers. Indians are now heading some of the top technology companies of the world. Again, this is something which can be verified by looking at facts. And the bullet train project is not needed for a country like India. So again here, this is a matter of opinion. So some people will say it is needed and some people will say it is not. So critical thinking is essentially kind of a three-sided mirror of decision making. So when you go for a shopping for maybe clothes, so you go to a trial room and you look at yourself from different angles to decide whether this dress suits you or not. So critical thinking is also something which presents a situation to you from different angles, and then you can take a decision whether this is right or not. So critical thinking helps in making judgments without being judgmental. So let's take some scenarios, like there is a series of 10 coin flips that have all landed with the heads side up. What is the probable outcome of next flip? So obviously here it will be the probability is half. Some times people feel that probably it will be again head because recent. So this is basically gambler's fallacy, where recent random occurrences dictate future decision making. There's another scenario where there have been multiple instances when you were thinking about mom and then the phone rang and it was her. So this confirms that there is some telepathy or ESP that connects the two of you. So again, this is a kind of a bias where we say that this is something which I feel, and I find that there are some situations happening like that which make me feel that whatever I was thinking, that is true. So this is called confirmation bias. Here's another scenario where there is a major disease outbreak that is expected to kill 6,000 people. And there are 4 possible treatments with following outcomes. So in the first outcome, 2,000 people will be saved. In the second treatment, 1/3 probability that 6,000 people will be saved and 2/3 probability that none will be saved. In the third possible treatment, the 4,000 people will die. And in the fourth treatment, 2/3 probability that 6,000 people will die and 1/3 probability that none will die. So which of these 4 treatments we should opt for? So essentially, if you look at, analyze it more, that all the 4 treatments are same, and it's a way these are being presented. So that's basically called a framing effect. Same information in different perspectives. So biases are basically the cognition bias. It's a preconceived notion of someone or something based on the information we have or perceive to have or lack. These perceptions are mental shortcuts the human brain produces to expedite information processing. So to quickly help in making sense of what it is seeing. So these are basically just some kind of mental shortcuts. And what is analytical thinking? Analytical thinking is a method for analyzing a problem and finding a solution. So to identify and define a problem, processing and breaking down complex data, extract key information from that data, establishing connection among different factors, and developing a workable solution. So for example, analyzing reason of the low marks of students this academic year. If it is localized to some specific section or specific subject or attendance, so this would be basically requiring analytical thinking and reasoning. So with this, we have covered what are different competencies of emotional intelligence. We talked about self-awareness. We talked about self-management, where we talked about in detail about self-control. Then we talked about social awareness, where we talked about empathy, and relationship management, where we talked about different competencies, and we talked about critical thinking and analytical thinking in more detail. So emotional intelligence is a critical skill for teaching, because teaching is a hard emotional work. You recognize and identify students' emotions, providing students with emotional support. You need to manage disruptive behaviors effectively, express and manage emotions during classes, and promote a stimulating classroom environment. What's the role of emotional intelligence in the age of AI? So human connect, as we have discussed this, it's a critical element of teaching. During COVID, personal connect was biggest sufferer. Although we were taking a lot of classes online, but still the personal attachment, personal connect with the students was missing. And I think all of us have seen what kind of impact it had in terms of learning and the grooming of students. So AI is based on logic, data, and machines. There is not sufficient to engage the students. And although staggering advancements in the field of AI have been made, like in terms of self-driving cars, digital personal assistants like Siri, Alexa, etc., but still AI has trouble replicating skills of human connect. So that is basically understanding, motivating, and interacting with human beings. Emotional intelligence is about perceiving and managing emotions, human relations, and interaction. So there's also a Harvard article which talks about that the rise of AI makes emotional intelligence more important. So emotional intelligence is one of the key skills to have in this age of AI, and that's something which all of us as educators must be very, very conscious about. So there's a SCARF framework of engagement. So on the left side of this SCARF, basically this SCARF is an acronym. S stands for status, which is relative importance to others, and the personal worth. So so there's some actions which are put on the left side, which basically led to which are considered as threat. So like criticism, failure, exclusion from meetings or conversations, success of competitor. So these are the kind of actions which will lead to disengagement for a student. While making a praise, recognition, giving responsibility, sharing important information, basically these will be treated as rewards by student, and this will lead to better engagement. The C stands for certainty, which is ability to predict the future. and it's basically if exams getting postponed, irregular, the students teacher availability is irregular, or vague assessments, that is basically going to disengage the student. But if we have a clear syllabus, study materials, academic calendar, defined routine, that's all is basically going to help engaging the students. The next one is A, that is autonomy, which talks about sense of control over events. So if doing individual assessment through a team activity, so if we do students assessment based upon some team activity, that's basically is not a kind of a clear or fair assessment. So that will disengage the students. But if we let students organize events, let them choose subjects, classes, or help them with some role plays, that's basically going to help in engaging them. R stands for relatedness, which is feeling safe around others. So if there is a new situation, exclusion from meetings or discussions, not confiding in important matters, that's basically distracts or disengages students. But involving students in different ways by using their personal names, attention, coaching them, monitoring them, one-on-one meetings, that's basically helps them in engaging them. And F stands for fairness, which is a perception of fair people interaction. So if the students get a discrimination because of, say, gender, social status, caste, religion, place of origin, so any kind of such discrimination disengages students. While if we do impartial talk, explain contentious or decisions or processes, have open discussions, that helps in engaging the students. So I like to do a quick time check. How much more time I have?
Sir, around 20 minutes.
Okay then. So here are some questions, and maybe. So do you agree with left brain or right brain people use their for problem solving? Then brain development has finished by the time children reach puberty. We only use 10% of our brains. Learning is due to the addition of new cells to the brain. Mental capacity is something one is born with and cannot be changed. Multitask, handling multiple challenging tasks. So for each of these, maybe you can put whether you agree with this or disagree. And we will take up each of these questions one by one. So left brain versus right brain. So as we know, like left brain is associated with logical and verbal thinking, while right brain is considered to be involved with the creative thinking. So the left and right hemispheres of the brain work together. Actually, when we look at the what the neuroscience has exposed, that these two hemispheres are actually working together. There is no evidence that people's learning differ in important ways based on one hemisphere being more dominant than the other. So it's not that a person is a left brain person is going to learn in a different way than the right brain person. So it is something which is not true. Then the brain development has finished by the time children reach puberty. So brain does not keep getting bigger with age. So the physical size of the brain has reached maximum size by the age of around 11 for girls and around 14 for boys. But the brain continues developing and maturing until mid to late 20s. So although physically the brain development has happened, but inside brain there are a lot of connections which are still happening, and that's how a lot of maturity is still happening till the person reach adulthood. So limbic system develops years ahead of cortex. So we talked about 3 different parts of the brain, and limbic system is the middle one, which is associated with emotions, impulses, aggression, and instinctive behavior, and while cortex is associated with rational behavior. And the cortex is something which gets developed at last stage of brain development, and its connections with the limbic system and are still evolving, and this continues till the age of 25 or so. So that's the reason the teens are more emotional and they are more emotionally charged. So the third question was that we use only 10% of our brains. So this is a false. A healthy person uses 100% of his brain. The myth probably comes from William James, widely considered as the father of psychology, who wrote that it's unlikely most people would ever reach 10% of their potential. Somehow this 10% potential became 10% of the brain. However, brain imaging hasn't shown any inactive area in a healthy brain. So nowadays it is possible to scan brains using machines like fMRI and others, and using that it has been clearly indicated that there is no inactive area in a healthy brain. So even some Hollywood movies have been created, like Lucy and Limitless, which are further cementing this belief. And people love this myth because it makes them feel good. It means that you may have some huge amount of untapped potential which could unlock should you use the right techniques or tools. Marketers also love this myth because it helps them sell dubious products that are supposed to let you access and the remaining 90% of your brain capacity. So there's a lot of evidence showing that whatever an individual is doing, even if they are told to just lay down in a scanner and not do anything, pretty much all the areas of the brain are active. So even if we are sleeping, the complete brain still is active and working. The fourth question was, learning is due to addition of new cells to the brain. So again, this is something false. It is true that neurogenesis adds new neurons to brain, and this process continues even in adulthood. But learning arises from changes in the connections between brain cells and development of neural pathways. So as we discussed that neuroplasticity and the neural pathways, this learning is basically because of the connections of connections between different neurons. So just addition of new cells is new neurons is not going to help unless until we use those neurons in learning new things. So it's basically in fact, if you don't use in learning, the neurons will die out. Number 5 is mental capacity is something one is born with and cannot be changed. So again, this is false. The mental abilities do have a genetic component. That is true. But also rely on adequate experience in order to develop. This is the misconception that the brain is static, unchanging, and set before you start school. Our brain grows, changes, and adapts all the time in our lives. So it's not that if I'm born with in certain way, so I cannot develop my skills and I cannot learn new things. And when we sleep, the brain shuts down. This is again false. Patterns of brain activity shift when we go to sleep. So when we are awake, then the brain is developing memories, learning new things. But when we sleep, the brain takes a consolidation exercise. So it tries to consolidate memories which are useful, and it tries to throw and kind of refreshes its memories when it goes for sleep. So even if the rest of the body takes a kind of rest, the brain continues to work. And seventh question was, brain can efficiently multitask, handling multiple challenging tasks. So again, this is false. Brain cannot attend to two or more attention-rich stimuli simultaneously. We pay continuous partial statement attention in an effort not to miss anything. So when we are trying to attempt to do multiple things simultaneously, we put partial attention to the things which we try to attempt to manage. So it's always important that we look at one task at a time, especially which are complex in nature. So complex tasks cannot be multitasks. So all what we have talked about is basically a concept called neuromyth. So we talked about, we had 7 questions and all of them turn out to be false. It's a basically commonly held false belief about how the mind and the brain function. This term refers to translation of scientific findings into misinformation regarding education. So these are kind of some misinformation which has been put in our minds, and once these myths take hold in public consciousness, it's often difficult for people to separate brain facts from fiction. So as educators, we must be aware of these neuromyths and not kind of feeling getting kind of blocked because of these. So we have talked about only 6-7 neuromyths in this session, but there are hundreds of such neuromyths. So it will be important that we try to find out more and we become aware of those. So now to consolidate whatever we have talked about in terms of the neuroscience research. So brain-based learning is a concept that uses neuroscience to make education learning more efficient, and it is basically the practical implementation of neuroscience research in education. So we can have a separate discussion on brain-based learning because it's a complete topic in itself. But just to kind of consolidate whatever we have talked about from the neuroscience learnings, that's being implemented in the approach called brain-based learning. So to summarize, brain is central to education and learning. It is more complex. It is the most complex system in the world. As neuroscience is evolving and trying to solve the mysteries of brain, it is providing inputs which are crucial for education. Knowledge of neuroscience research findings should help in more efficient education learning, and emotional intelligence is key skill for effective teaching. So that's all what I had planned to cover. I'll be happy to take any questions if there are.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it is open for discussion. If anyone has any question, can simply raise their hand and we will be having discussion. Yes, Mira, you can unmute and you can ask.
Thank you, sir. Actually, it is a wonderful session, actually. actually, it is not a question. Actually, it is a clarification. Sir, how we can enhance good emotions? Is it from the childhood or when we talking into the adult? I mean that I am dealing with the PG students. So while these good emotions, when we talking about that, no. So can we enhance this in our classroom? How far it can be done in our classrooms as well as from the childhood itself, sir?
I guess your question is about how to handle emotions in the class.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so essentially you need to kind of understand why certain emotions are occurring. So basically empathy plays a key role here. So you need to empathize with the person. If a person is sad, or if the person is angry, or the person has some other kind of challenge. So what could be the reason behind that? So if the person is sad, so can you understand the reason behind that and help that person? So I think it has to be taken case by case, and obviously, like when you are dealing with a large class, it's not possible for you to kind of to address each and every person separately. But I hope in a given class there could be only few cases which you need to handle.
Actually, I am not much in the position to understand these psychological things, but I have heard that these emotions can be developed from the childhood. I mean that these good emotions or whatever may be. So when an adult who is in the classroom does our approach in the classroom can change his emotions, because he had a basic concrete emotion by himself. So does our attitude in the classroom can change their attitudes?
Right.
Does it make any contribution to improve their attitudes?
Right. So we took an example that in the class I'm finding a student is not engaged. So he is fiddling around with his pen and kind of looking at his watch again and again. So obviously whatever personality the person has developed over all his life, you can't change that personality, and you can just try to empathize with him, try to understand what could be his situation, and how you can possibly help him.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, Dr. Amita Malhotra can now unmute and can ask the question.
Good evening, sir. Sir, I must congratulate you for a wonderful session. Sir, just one thing that strikes my mind is with AI disrupting everything from education, music industry to corporates, everybody seems to be affected. One thing that strikes me is that we talked of various neurotransmitters that are generated in the body. What about touch? Like, even if we think of putting emotions into the robots, still where will the kind of satisfaction that I get on hugging another human being or maybe caressing my child, what's your take on that? That there will be no replacement for this? Or even if I give a pat on the back to my student, that kind of encouragement, that seems to be missing totally in case of AI.
Yes, you are absolutely right that emotional intelligence is something which cannot be replaced by AI, at least in the foreseeable future. So although we are seeing a lot of educational apps or educational devices coming up using AI, we are seeing that the robots are taking classes or so. But the biggest handicap which AI has is this emotional intelligence. So you're right that the kind of direct connect which you as a teacher, as a person, you can have, the kind of pat which you mentioned, you can have. So like at what stage you have to respond with what kind of actions, which is something, and the history of a student, this kind of personality of a student, which is something very, very difficult for a robot or AI to develop that kind of a skill or knowledge. So if we look at the latest developments which have happened in AI, they are far, far away from having that kind of emotional connect, or to say which we can expect from a human person. So you as a teacher have a great responsibility in terms of providing that kind of comfort to the students. AI cannot replace a human connect which you can provide, at least in the foreseeable future.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Mayank Sharma, you can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Thank you so much, sir, for the session. Sir, my question is, before COVID, the only way is the live interaction with the student. But after the COVID, the live interaction has changed. We are connecting with the internet. So many of the students complaining that the live interaction and the joy, the class is not connect with the internet connection. So what should do to make more interactive, more interested session while we are conducting the classes on online platform?
Okay, so establishing connect with the students in an online class is always a challenge. So most of the participants, like in this session also, don't like to even come on camera, and it's very, very difficult to understand what the students are kind of, what is their facial expression, how you can get a kind of a feeling of what you're teaching is actually being understood by students or not, or so. So it is really very, very challenging to have a connect with the students in a kind of an online class. But still, there could be some ways which you can try, like to kind of keep the students engaged. You don't keep it as a kind of a monologue. You make it more interactive. You try to kind of praise the students based upon how they're responding to the questions which you ask. You naming them also gives them a kind of a lot of good feeling. So if a student is answering a question and you praise that person, so there are different ways you can try to keep the students connected even in a kind of a online session. But obviously, like, it cannot replace the face-to-face class. So best is face-to-face class, but you can look at possible actions which can be taken in an online class to have a better student connect.
Is there anyone else with the question? And we can still take one or two more questions. Now I believe no one has a question, so we have come to the conclusion of this session, as well as the conclusion of the fourth day of Faculty Development Program. I sincerely thank Mr. Rahul Agrawal for taking out some relevant time to us and explain the question of brain, of mind that we, all the philosophers, are boggling with for many more years to come. And I believe that the question of other mind, which is also going to be there with AI, with robots, with Siri or whatnot, and then traveling to the question of mind and brain from neuroscience perspective, I think Mr. Agrawal has presented a very coherent understanding of brain, dealing with analytical understanding and critical understanding, with emotional intelligence, and then providing a cohesive understanding of brain. I believe it will definitely help all the participants to understand brain and how it is connected with the students that we are dealing with that. So if you see the title and if you see the whole talk, you will see Mr. Agrawal was trying to make a relationship between neuroscience and education. I think that we have learned a lot. We have many suggestions now which we can apply to our education while teaching and learning phenomena. I sincerely thank Mr. Rahul Agrawal once again on the behalf of Lakshmibai College, SEED and GAL TLC. And we hope that Mr. Rahul Agrawal will again take out some time to deliver another session on neuroscience and the other topics. We will really be lucky to have you again. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much all the participants for having here.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was good interacting with all of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.